Hey, what's going on, guys? It's been a while. A lot has happened. Nearly died. We'll get to it in a minute. You're chilling. Yeah, I'm chilling. Wait, I have that on me for a reason. Here.
It would just go away. And the old idea, well, let's find an oxygen planet to go live on. The oxygen was made by the life on the planet. It's not some pre-existing thing that you then step into. You know Earth has life in advance before you even land here because it's got oxygen. Oxygen is unstable in the atmosphere of the planet. Oxygen is highly reactive. It would just go away. And the old idea, well, let's find an oxygen planet to go live on. The oxygen was made by the life on the planet. It's not some pre-existing thing that you then step into. You know Earth has life in advance before you even land here because it's got oxygen. Oxygen is unstable in the atmosphere of the planet. Oxygen is highly reactive. It would just go away. And the old idea, well, let's find an oxygen planet to go live on. The oxygen was made by the life on the planet. It's not some pre-existing thing that you live with.
What? That's a lie. I just watched some nonsense, man. That's a lie. Treyan, what's going on, man? One of my rare days off. 2.5 weeks ago, I felt very ill, nearly, maybe I'm exaggerating by saying dying, but so-called doctor experts said if I tried to tough out what was going on in my organs, it would have caught a viral infection, and then my organs would have shut down. Then I would have died. So I guess, yeah. I had gas that was trapped in my organs, and it's because I'm lactose intolerant. I don't consume milk and all that other crap because purified my body by eating clean. And then times it's getting kind of hard, so I was falling back on like eating chocolate bars and here and there because it's cheap to make the day go by, give me enough sugar, all that type of stuff. Anyway, it caught up on me, and yeah. But this is the first Saturday. I've been trying to catch up on my work, recovering. I lost an entire week of work. No stream, no trucks, no nothing. But big shout outs to Treyan and all those people who helped me out the following week. That was heavy. I was going through some shit. But I'm back to health and all that other stuff. Lots to talk about. Give me a second. Let me get an oatmeal cookie. Said it's hard to hear me. Let me see. He said it's hard to hear me. Really? If I'm talking like this, hard to hear? Give me a second. Properties. Nope. Why is it hard to hear me? So, put this down here. Testing. All right, hopefully you can hear me now. It's clear for me. Kuma, what What do you think about the Carmelo Anthony situation? Self-defense or not? I have no idea. I was out of the world for about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks. Actually, let's say 3 weeks, because I was ill, then my recovery week, and then I've been back at just trying to work at catching up on a lot of things that fell on me. So I didn't get a chance to see what's going on in the world. I've only heard a few things and stuff like that. And the Carmelo Anthony situation is not one of them. Can you tell me what it is? Kareem, what up, bro? Good to see you, Truffles. Yo, man, good to see myself. I changed my... Pull the mic down here, like this. Should be good. I had to change my snacks, so I now get oatmeal. This oatmeal is good for you. It's only $1 for this, as opposed to $1.60 for a chocolate bar. Even though it has almonds in it, it still has milk, so that's not good for me. Oh man, so much to catch up on. I heard about the launch of the announcement of the Switch 2. Chicken Dog and the Joy-Con boys is out there waiting 2 months in advance for the Switch, so that's good. The tradition continues. So much stuff has happened. Well, I'm gonna be up tonight for a while, probably until like 1. So I'm gonna chill with you guys. We can talk about a lot of stuff. Things on this end over here. What else has been going on in the world? I hear your boy Trump is making it so much difficult in America. Well, what's the situation with Carmelo Anthony? I got some boring stuff to show you guys that's been going on. Pretty much success stories. The Valkyries endeavor. What the girls have been going through. A lot of people want me to come back to the Nintendo scene. And although I've never left the scene, can't really be in a scene like that. Because of what's going on in my life personally. I've learned some harsh lessons. People who I thought were my friends were never my friends. They just tolerated me. The minute they get into a disagreement about social nonsense, you hear what they really think about you. It is wild. But at my age, I lost a lot of tolerance for like allowing people to, I don't want to say allow like I control people, but it doesn't make sense smiling with people and say, listen, that's a person's opinion, when the person pretends to be your friend, but in reality they're not. And then they say shit like, well, they're just being honest. And there's a big difference between being honest and being disrespectful. And they don't understand the difference between the two. I'm like, listen, you have an opinion about somebody, especially if you consider them to be your friend, well, guess what? You can voice your disagreement or whatever without disrespecting them. And now that I'm older, way older now, I don't tolerate that shit. Disrespect me, fuck off. Not to be my friend, just go fuck off. Go take care of you and your life, and fuck off. That's my shit now. And I realized that outside of my illness and whatnot, that's the best way to go about life. No need to be in this. No need to live a life of falsity. Like, um, you know that. Don't get philosophical for a second. You know they tell you have to turn your cheek and all that other stuff. See, here's the thing. I understand Yahshua says turn the other cheek, but you turn your other cheek to your fellow man. People who are considerate, people who understand regret, people who understand right and wrong, and people who just overall they're empathetic, right? Show a level of empathy. Turn another cheek to them. But there's some people in the world you realize that they're just demons. You can't turn cheeks to demons because they don't care. They don't subscribe to your philosophy. They're inconsiderate. They don't give a shit. They have no empathy. They'll eat your children in front of your face and smile because you're tortured by it. Shit like that, can't let it rock, though. You have to have the wisdom to know the difference between who's human and who's a demon. And the older I get, the more I learn which is which. So, learning experience for me. You never stop learning as you continue to grow. No matter what, no matter how old you are, no matter how wise you are, you'll never stop learning. And that's a good thing. It keeps you on your toes and allows you to grow with the changing world. Carmelo made ball and is made bail is under house arrest now until his trial date. What is he under house arrest for? So, what is he under a house arrest for? What happened to him? Lakers got um bodied by the Wolves. Can you guys hear me? It's a 17-year-old girl. Kid. 17-year-old. Wait. It's a 17-year-old kid named Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball player. Oh! I thought y'all just misspelled the name. Okay, who's Carmelo Anthony? No idea who this person is. I thought y'all was talking about the basketball player. Y'all just misspelled his name on accident. Wait a minute. Okay, I see what you wrote. Give me a second. Let me address that. It seems like while I was sick, the world didn't stop. Obviously. Don't expect the world to stop. Just come on. Okay, let me see what happens. Stabbed the kid in the heart in self-defense at a track event. Twins tried to jump him and defend himself. Yeah. Well, yes, but the mic is cutting out here and there. Oh, I know what the mic's cutting out. Hold on, hold on. That should be better now. Let me know if that's better. This is an irrelevant question. Why did why did those two kids try to jump him? Your voice is clear. Oh, because the fan was blowing the fan was blowing across from me to give me wind, so it's interrupting the mic. Sorry about that. Not sure, but they have been bullying him for some time. Oh, then hold that. We can hold that. If they legitimately were bullying him and they attacked him and he stabbed them in defense and they killed him, you can hold that L right there. I wouldn't even be if my son did that, your son was killed. Why? Because he and a friend of his was trying to jump this kid. I just look at my wife. I'm like, oh, we fucked up. Let's start again. Let me see something. Now, the reason that this is such a big deal is because they were white. That's all. Also, Carmelo's black. They say Carmelo was sitting under the wrong tent to get out of the rain, and the twins tried to push him out of his seat. So everybody wants to make a big deal. Carmelo's black. The person that perished was white. Oh well, Carmelo's done. Best he can get is involuntary manslaughter. That's it, but he's finished. A series of unfortunate events. White kid's dead, black kid's going to prison for defending himself. Well, such is life. Woo! Woo! What type of evidence do they have that it was self-defense? Because if he made bail, that's kind of hard to make bail in that situation. Sleazy, what's up, man? After we get past the story, I got some stuff I got to tell you guys, man. I'm over here chilling. As I said earlier, I recovered from a week and a half ago. It's a very, very ill situation. I was badly beaten up. I had a gastral infection that spread into my organs and shit. Doctor wanted me to pay an arm and a leg to get antibiotics, which that wasn't gonna do a damn thing, because antibiotics usually doesn't do shit. But fortunately, I got to talk to my voodoo herbal Obiaman. He's a herbal man. That's what they call him. But you know, anybody, if you're black and you use plants as medicine, you're into voodoo or some witchcraft or some crazy shit. You know, that's how the world is. But yeah, he gave me something called duck flour. I shitted chocolate milk, pissed and vomit at the same time. Got a full reset on my organs. Cleaned that sumbitch out in 1 hour. By the way, 1 hour. I was back to new. I was like, oh shit. The shit hidden in this world, man. But they hide from people in today's society. Yeah, they tricking the shit out of us. Most of us is dying because of the processed foods we're eating. Alright, what he says, he was in the wrong tent apparently, although it was raining, so he was finding shelter, I think. They won't reveal the evidence to the public, but there's an entire track of teams that saw what happened and video. The judge lowered the bail after seeing the evidence. Oh, well then he's in luck, because then if the judge lowered the bail, that means whatever happened in that video had to have been so egregious by the white guys. There's no way the judge could let that shit rock. That he had to lower the bail and let him get out. That means it had to have been bad. Like those white kids must have been stomping a mud hole in his ass, and he had to just defend himself, and one of them got accidentally stabbed in the melee. Because that's how that sounds like. If the judge lowered the bail, nah, then them white kids is they were in a bad situation. Dragon, what up? About to open up the Discord if anybody wants to come in soon. Come on. Woof. Let me just get a satisfactory win. We can move it. Out of the witnesses, reports say Carmelo told the twins, touch me and see what happens. And then they touched it. Okay. The kids the people that were killed in this ordeal, how old were they? Okay, I'll be in the Discord chat. Give me a second, Dragon. How old were they, his son? Get out of here, bro. All involved were 17. Storm, what's up, bro? Oh, wow. So they were all minors. Glad you're doing better. It's dope. I caught you live. Okay, Sleazy. Oh, where do I start with all the nonsense that's going on in the world? So, let me give you guys a little story about the hardships of being black and trying to get shit done out there. Now, as you guys know, I run Empire Arcadia, and the cards dealt to me in life, well, you know, the stuff that I did for the team, I don't want to say it didn't lead to anything, because that would be true, that would be false, but it got me as far as it possibly could get me and whatnot. And as you guys already know, there's two parts to EMP. The Valkyries and the Knights, they collectively create EMP. But I've distanced myself as an arm's distance from the fighting game and just the whole esports scene as a whole. mainly because one, I wanted to focus on helping to develop the esports scene in the Caribbean and Africa, and two, because the scene doesn't really mess with me like that. Meaning, you want to go to the bed?
I want to fit to the
Oh, 1 second, guys. In fact, I'll tell you what, because I got to give you guys an update, like, of what happened. This is going to be a long story, like Star Wars. I'm going to give you guys a full breakdown of where the Valkyries are right now. A full breakdown of where the Valkyries is right now. And then we'll go back to the beginning and then we'll catch up. So you get the future story, and then you get the past, and then we come back. So we're going to tell the story in reverse order, from future to past. This way my wife can get what she needs to get and whatever. It's going to require 5 minutes of you guys' time. Right? 5 minutes. So here you go. And wait, where is it? Where's it on there? Yeah, there it is. All right, I'll be right back. Make sure you pay attention to the story, so when I'm telling the entire story back from then to now, you're not lost. And, well, what's the context between it? You'll understand. Here you go.
Oh baby, we can't stop this fire. So when I feel the flames, I'm burning on down, 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 down. We can't stop this fire. We're like gasoline, we're pouring it down, down, down.
I'm Empress Nile, and I manage and direct the Valkyries of Arcadia. We are a gaming group of multi-talented ladies who are expanding into modern pop entertainment. We have members in different countries worldwide, and each Valkyrie has specific talents that help our brand organization to grow. From Hasari, who is our actress and dance coordinator for music videos and other performances, to Kwanai, who is our songbird and writer. We're even working on our debut single along with the music video. Then you have Sylvaneko, who is my assistant director and professional cosplay performer. You can't forget Alicia, who focuses on our physical and mental wellness. Finally, we have Robin, who's into game design and our former professional esports player. Can't wait till she makes a game based on us.
And then once it compiles here in Unity, as you can see, the cube is now moving to the right. And I was like, yay!
The organization started in 2003 as an all-female division for our esports organization, Empire Arcadia, which is our parent organization. From gaming to anime, cosplay to modeling, we're now heavily involved in developing Jamaica's modern pop entertainment industry. There, we've entered the beauty industry with our campaign, touting Fenty Beauty into creating a foundation for the Caribbean market, especially in cosplaying. Although our origins are in gaming and we still continue to produce content via our live streams, local television, and creatives for third-party gaming companies, i.e. Ubisoft, we're diversifying our creative portfolio. Our main focus is now our versatility in modern pop entertainment as a whole, from technology to fashion, beauty, media, education, and more.
Oh, this will be a very quick match. Okay. Congratulations.
I like this. No, I actually do like it,
It's
right?
educational and fun.
Right.
Yes.
The Valkyries of Arcadia uses its multi-talented members to expand the brand by working with local companies in Jamaica and in the Caribbean. Our mission is to help build tomorrow's creative industry in Jamaica. We've worked with companies such as the Lab Video Game TV, the #1 video game television show, servicing 25 countries in the Caribbean. Koika, in association with the Korean Embassy in Jamaica, supports the Korean and Jamaican cultural exchanges, such as K-pop and dancehall. LOL Snack Stop, which is the best candy store experience in Jamaica. Definitely. The Valkyries of Arcadia now works with E+ TV, which is now our television home. One vision, one voice, our station. There are so many unique businesses in Jamaica that we collaborate with. These companies have helped us to highlight the very pop culture and entertainment industry that we're helping to build. Companies like Product of Jamaica magazine, which is an international print media magazine that highlights Jamaica's cosplay scene, along with Barbados, and is looking to expand to other Caribbean countries. Anime Comfest, another unique business that has become a juggernaut, is now Jamaica's largest annual anime convention. Each year, the Valkyries of Arcadia works with the convention in numerous capacities, from presenting sponsors to media ambassadors to community partners. Our goal is to help it become the hub for modern pop entertainment in Jamaica and throughout the Caribbean. Last year, during our Inter-Caribbean Anime Convention tour from Jamaica to Barbados, we represented Anime Comfest at Barbados' largest anime convention, AnimeCon Expo. Our work includes dance and cosplay performances and or Just Dance gaming competitions. We also service attendees at our booth with our brand merchandise and even a free Fenty Beauty touch-up booth. Anime Comfest has now grown from a couple hundred patrons out of Hope Gardens Dome to a few thousand patrons at the Chinese Benevolent Association Center, and is now poised to break past several thousand attendees at the National Arena 2025. I know it's a lot of work, but if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Despite all the work that we do, we still find personal time to enjoy our island lifestyle, and that's forever summer. Here we take our active gaming to different bodies of water, such as beaches, pools, rivers, waterfalls, hot tubs, and even boats. We wear our favorite sexy swimsuits that we model from 876 Beachwear as collaborative creators. They've even inspired us to create our own exclusive luxury crochet line. Hey, we're gonna have fun, you might as well look good doing it. So whether we're at a retreat during the day, having fun at the pool, or eating sushi at our favorite restaurant, East Japanese, in the evening, we end our nights with our branded gaming streams, Bed Lounge Game and Chat. There, we stream on YouTube and other social media platforms. We dress all cute and sexy in bed while having fun streaming our favorite video games. You can find us on Instagram at Valkyries of Arcadia, or on our main YouTube page, Empress Nile, and now here on E+ TV. See you in the next feature.
Oh baby, we can't stop this fire. So when I feel the flames, I'm burning all down, 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 down. We can't stop this fire. We're like gasoline, we're pouring it down, down, down.
Okay, testing. So I'm just gonna assume you guys got all of that. So we got to get to what got the Valkyries up to where they are right now. So I have a job. I work at a TV station, but it's a cable television station here in Jamaica. I don't want to denigrate the job, but it doesn't pay that great. But it pays enough to put food on the table for the week. I still depend on good friends and supporters of the Empire and the Valkyries as a whole who come on now, stream, and they donate, and that gets me past each month. But I wouldn't be in the situation where I am with the Valkyries and what the Valkyries are doing without the help of these valiant, I actually want to call them heroes, because they actually keep the Empire going. Real talk. And I'm not even trying to gas it up. It's just the reality what it is. They actually keep the Empire going. That's why that if you looked in the pin chat, you see where it says you guys are the lifeblood of of the scene. Like 100% of what we do is based on the donations we get and whatnot. But the reason why I bring this up is because in the first two Dynasty with the Knights, money that I had to make everything work came from me working at Game Express. Full-time 9-to-5 job. I worked 20 hours a day, and I used to put up all the bread, pay all the bills, the rent, all that shit, so that we could keep a lot of us out of the street and whatnot. And in return, the Knights would go out, win video game tournaments, conquer everybody, and blah, blah, blah. And all they had to do was stay loyal to the organization. When people push up on them to try to poach them, let them know they have to go through management. And if we stayed as a dynasty, could no one beat us? Unfortunately, most players thought about themselves, and they thought that this is the opportunity. If they don't take it, they'll miss out and whatnot. Only to find out years later, they're back to the very same position that they were in. Their skills declined, as all skills decline. Nobody maintains the skills forever. Some people longer than others, but nobody maintains it forever. And now they're just doing streams. That's pretty much it. They got a regular job and whatnot, and they play the games that they love. But that's as good as it gets. It could have been better. Some people say, hey, so if that's what they like, that's what they like. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is because of that, it made me have to pivot with the Empire. I had to make some changes. And I wanted to focus on gaming, but I realized that in America, that the things I want to do is going to be very difficult for me to do, because as a black man in the United States of America, everything is 10 times harder. I'm not saying it's impossible to do. It's just unnecessarily more difficult than it needs to be. No, wait, what the hell is going on? No way it should be like that. You getting the Switch 2 Triforce? If I can afford it. And it made me realize that when I look at like content creators and all these other people, I realize that the lifeblood of a content creator is its consumer, the people that watch their content. And I realized that the type of stuff that I'm into is not what other people are into. And that is largely because I'm a lot older, which is the main reason why I passed the torch to C&D and so forth, because what I stand for and what I'm into is not what the average person is into. Like, I care about world affairs and stuff like that. The average American or the average Westerner, let me say it like that, they don't give a shit about what's going on in the world. All that matters to them is the next video game system coming out, which celebrity made more money this year than they did last year, who died, and just things that, what in the grand scheme of things, literally means nothing. When you die, the world continues to move on. And trust me, when I was sick and I thought I was gonna die, I was like, yo, when I die, how will the world see me? You won't. You're gonna be like, oh, yo, you know Triforce? Yeah, what happened? He's dead. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow is like I never even died. And that's not me looking for people to be pity me if I die. It's a revelation I'm trying to showcase you guys that, like, at the end of the day, none of this shit matters. It just doesn't. Nobody cares. Everybody's gonna do their own thing. Let me not say nobody cares. That's a generalized statement, and it's not fair to say, because there are people who do care. But in the grand scheme of things, the majority of people do not care. Only your loved ones or the people who subscribe to what you're about, those are the only people that care. And they're not much in life. When you have those people in your life, bro, you gotta cherish them. You gotta cherish the fuck out of them, bro. Oh, not me coming on? One moment, bro. Sorry about that. Where am I gonna call you? Valkyrie Discord. Oh, you already in there. My bad. You'll have to mute me. Yeah, what's going on? Hold on for a second. That's exactly so. Let's see what Sleazy put for real, right? That's exactly what Etika. That's exactly what Etika wanted to do. And that's what we was talking about. He was like, yo, if I die Triforce, you think anyone will give a fuck? I was like, not really. Your people only care based on the relevance of what you meant. So, you know, that's it. But after you die, the world will move on, bro. As if you didn't die. Fortunately for Etika, he had a brother who's on the movement. Day 2000 and change. But as I said before, nothing lasts forever. His brother will maintain that as much as he can. If his brother becomes successful, then he can memorialize his brother and maintain his legacy even longer. By living vicariously through through Etika. And if his brother fails, well, he will focus on his personal life and the Etika legacy will die. And once I realized that life's too short to be bullshitting around with video games and shit like that and worrying about what next system's coming out and who's the systems wars leader and all that other gay shit. Because it really is gay. That shit is ass. Shit means nothing. So I can't relate like how I used to when I was younger. When I was younger, responsibilities in life were not visible. We all go through it. We all depend on our parents and stuff like that. You don't know shit from a hole in the wall until you have to find a way to make it work. And if you don't, you will starve. And very few people will care. Some people will help, but that help is not infinite. They only just try to help you because they care about you and they want to get you on your feet, but they expect results. Nobody wants to help somebody indefinitely. Because nobody you help you. That's what you do for your children. You as a parent, you help your kids indefinitely, and even that's not indefinitely because they have to grow up. They eventually have to grow up. So that's what made me decide to take a shift towards moving towards the Valkyries. And the reason why I moved towards the Valkyries is because I wanted to take a different turn in the gaming. Long have I missed playing video games to have fun. Now, in this hyper competitive age of gaming, you don't play video games to have fun anymore. Everything is about getting the #1 rank in Call of Duty or Fortnite, some other nonsense game. Dudes is willing to glitch and cheat in video games online just so they can have the highest rank, but scared like a little bitch won't come out and compete at the actual tournament because they know they'll get erased because you can't do that shit at a live event. But they do it anyway because, it's cool to see their names in bright lights on a screen as the #1 rank. And this is so fugazi. And with the Valkyries, I realized that women in this scene in gaming actually has more talent than men. Some of you guys are going to disagree, but that's because some of you guys don't have girls and you don't understand. You don't hang around girls. You're around a pair of dick and two balls like 24/7, which is actually not healthy even for gaming. You got to be around girls, guys. Got to have balance in this world. And a lot of you guys, I've been around a lot of dudes most of my life, regrettably. And growing up, I realized that dudes are something else.
Have served me well, my
Hold on for a second. Somebody donated?
Train_Rodriguez has just donated $5.
Oh,
We're fighting the biggest beast our ancestors fought, and so our descendants will fight. And that is time.
facts, 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 facts. That's not even a joke. That is all facts. And I'm gonna lose. I'm not gonna win. Can't beat time. But what you can do, because I don't want to make it sound like it's hopeless. What you can do is leave something for the next generation. Something that's been taken away from us and not taught to us. And they call it what do they call it? Oh, come on. How can I forget? Crap. Inheritance. Pride and bragging rights. Pretty much, Storm. Pride and bragging rights. But yeah. I realized that like it's all for nothing. So like even when I look on my wall and I see the Guinness Book of World Records and how Empire is the most winning esports team and blah blah blah, I look back at myself and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're the most winning esports team, but what has it done? What has it done for me? Like what has it made? What has it done to, like, what did I gain? And when I look at it, I didn't gain anything. I don't want to say I'm trapped in life, because I'm not. You can just let go, drop everything, and just move on to something new in life. Just become a regular 9-to-5 guy, and just pay your rent and your taxes, and you find a wife, you get a child, and then you just raise them and let them have at it. But as a gamer, that doesn't sit too well with me. I don't like losing. It's like playing Tetris infinitely. I'm going to play until I win or die. So like that's when the game stops for me, when I die. So that's what made me decide to go in that direction with the girls. I felt that like the girls were more marketable because they had more talents. They could dance. Not saying guys can't dance, but gamer dudes, nah. Gamer dudes ain't dancing. They don't do shit. All gamer dudes do is press buttons. That's where we came up with the term with button monkeys. It has nothing to do with your race. Black, white, yellow moons, orange stars, and pink clovers. If all you can do is press buttons in a video game, you are a button monkey. Your job is to press buttons like a chimp, and that's it, and that's all you're good for. And the moment you can no longer press them buttons, they replace you with another button monkey who can. It's virtual slavery when you look at it. And that's when you look at these esports players, that's all that's happening to them. Dudes is like caking off of them. And that's what made me to say, well, okay, so we're going to give up on the Empire then? And that's not the answer. Giving up on the... Oh, crap, I forgot to spit it out. Giving up on the Empire is not the answer either. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is putting the Empire in a better situation in this economic climate that it can thrive. And I realized that the Empire cannot survive on having players going out and compete in tournaments. It cannot. That shit is for failure. Gamers need to improve their social skills. Get a gamer chick. They don't even need to get a gamer chick. They just need to get a chick, period. I mean, this day and age, girls accept dudes playing video games, even if they don't. Gamers, oh, nah. You're pivoting. That is normal in business. It's a smart, to be honest. Well, pretty much. You've gained freedom from Babylon. For it, you remain. Your passing would have been sooner. Yeah, I actually believe if I stayed in America, I'd be dead. And that's real spit. Like I'd actually be dead. One of the reasons why I left, I'm anti-death, bro. I don't like dying. I ain't trying to stay. If I can avoid it, I'm avoiding it, bro. I am not trying to get my shit peeled out here for no reason. If I'm gonna die, let me die for something that matters, like of significant value, not just cause. So when I switched to the girls, I was like, okay, here's what we could do. We could get the Valkyries to position themselves in modern pop entertainment. So the girls would focus more on, like, I don't know if press 1 if you guys know who Blackpink is, or KDA. KDA or Blackpink. Press 1 if you guys know who those groups are. I'm waiting. Hold on. I pushed down, you know. That took way too long to go down. Woo! Yeah, no reprieve, bro. No reprieve. I'm up at the grill fighting, bro. Damn. Oh, okay. Kareem knows. All right. Anybody else know who Blackpink or KDA is? See, this is important, so I can make the point. Yikes. I'm aware of Blackpink. Okay. Nope, don't know who those either of them was. Okay, so one is a KDA is a virtual girl group that's into video games, anime, singing, and dancing and performing. So they're not even real. And they perform at League of Legends Worlds. They were born from Riot Games. Yes, virtual. They're not real. That's the crazy part about it. The girls that they get to sing, they change up each year to get the girls to sing and stuff like that. But they're not real people, and they're very popular in the pop entertainment scene or whatever the case may be. They made a couple of songs in Just Dance. Crazy. Some not real people doing this shit. And then I realized that, like, there's this group called Blackpink, right? Now Blackpink is a group of young talented ladies that can sing, dance, and whatnot, and their room for business for them is just ridiculous, because they're young, attractive looking ladies who are into modern pop entertainment, and they have a lot of talents outside of virtual whatever. And I realized, wait a minute, the Empire has girls who are into gaming and stuff like that, and they're young. When I mean young, I don't mean like illegal. I mean like in their early 20s or mid 20s and stuff like that. And although they may not be as good as the guys when they compete, they can produce content in streaming, modeling, cosplay, dance performance, music videos, and the list goes on and on and on. Whereas the guys, What the hell? I got robbed. Anyway, that's all guys can do in the gaming space. Really, that's all they can do. Oh, that's not true. Guys can, they're content creators too and stuff like that. They're not content creators. They're content managers. They can't create content from scratch. They can only talk about something that's already something outside of their realm or what they control. So they're always talking about other people or events, but they can't create their own ideals for anything. They don't. Most of the guys that they do, Asmon Bold, all of those big YouTubers, what do they create? What do they create? Everybody's waiting for the next some nonsense to happen in on YouTube so they can be the first to report on it. That's all it is. And I'm like, it's so. What happened?
Yeah, pretty much that's true, and they don't even do their research first. Like, as soon as they hear a little bit of controversy, they'll be the first one to put it.
They just jump on it because of the first person to get on the news. It doesn't matter if it's not important if you're factual or right. None of that matters. What matters is who's the first to get to it. So if you take that away from them, they're nothing. They're nobody. You silence the internet and say, okay, listen, anytime something comes out, nobody will know anything about it until after the details. You stop listening to a lot of content creators. Like people talk shit about the girls. Oh, but the girls have to sell themselves in sex manners or blah blah blah. Okay, let's akin that to I Show Speed or Kai Cenat. You have to be buffoonery and caffoonery just to make it. I'm like, what's the difference? It's entertainment, isn't it? So it's a lot of things. And then the guys are two-faced. They'll say A and then do B. They blame the girls for selling sex online, but they're the ones consuming the sex content that the girls are making. So it's like, wait, so you're getting mad because the girls are supplying the demand? Yeah. Huh? Why don't you blame the guys who keep buying? Nah, it's the girls. They need to stop selling. They can't sell if there is no buyer. So stop the buyers. Nah, but who buys? Dudes. Okay, so how you get mad? Don't make sense. Hey guys, generic white dude here to tell you to stall opinion you heard already. Oh yeah, pretty much. Anyway, back to the story. So when I realized this, I said, okay, well, perhaps if I can find a way to pivot to focus on what the Valkyries can contribute to the Empire, if the Valkyries break into the industry, then the Empire as an organization can make money, and then that can fund the Knights and the competitive gaming and all that other stuff and blah, 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 or whatever, right? So I'm like, all right, let's give it a shot. Yo, bro, in the first dynasty of the Valkyries have made, from my viewpoint, when I'm looking at the growth of the Knights versus the Valkyries, in the first two dynasties, the Valkyries shit on the first two dynasties of the Empire. Not in terms of gameplay skills. The girls can't compete with the Knights. They get watched. But in terms of business, it's not. That shit is not even fair. In terms of the business opportunity and the potential, that shit don't even make any sense. It makes me sit here and wonder, yo, what the fuck? Did I go about this wrong? It's why teams like Critical Moist and all these other guys, like, who has shares in Evo? Why does Pokimane have shares in Evo? Why is Amaranth bodying niggas? Like, people don't understand, like, what the girls can sell, the guys can't compete in. Which makes the guys then upset and say, well, all the girls have is titties and ass, and without that, they can't do shit. And that's like saying, well, all the guys have is the ability to play video games, and without that, they ain't shit. Remember, before girls got into gaming, Senator Lieberman used to talk so much shit. Get a job. Go do something productive in your life. Sitting here playing fucking video games or blah, blah, blah. You know, we used to shit on ourselves about that. Like, we're juvenile delinquents who got nothing else to do except sit here playing video games and want to get paid for it. Then we broke that mold from ourselves because it was us attacking ourselves on that and whatnot. Now, only for the girls to come into the scene and then shit on the girls. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not white knighting thoughts, because thoughts are a real thing. There's some hoe bags out here who's just, they ain't shit. They're just out here. God gave me these 2 titties and ass, and I'm just gonna exploit dudes. Yeah, I'll call them dudes because they're not men. I'll exploit these losers to get their money and whatnot. I am not championing those people. So yeah, we'll leave that. I want to make sure people understand I'm not championing those people at all. But it's just, we have to respect and accept the way the market is. If people are gonna buy, don't get mad when they buy. Stop the seller. Oh well, you guys bring drugs into the neighborhood. How about not buying the drugs? You know, if you don't buy the drugs, they can't come into your neighborhood. You know why? Why? Because it's not profitable.
Yeah, it's pretty that simple.
No store is gonna stock up on some shit you don't buy. So that's what boycotting is. It's like the situation with Israel. Starbucks be funding Israel. Niggas is like, all right, Starbucks, hold that. Starbucks getting fucked in the face. That's the end of the deal. Starbucks wants that shit to stop funding Israel. That's how you really beat people in this capitalistic world. Like, oh, word, you're not gonna listen to the consumers? Hold this. That's it. That's how you win. But, oh,
Yeah.
what the hell?
People could be boycotting the wrong shit. I'm like, some of y'all, that's your priority.
Yup, people do boycott the wrong shit. They be boycotting. People don't not only boycott the wrong shit, people just be talking about the most irrelevant shit there is. Things that mean nothing to nothing. They really be talking about shit that don't matter. They really follow people that don't matter. Like, it's just crazy. It's one of the big things that I fight myself with. I say, Triforce, how can you become relevant again to have a large following? And I realize that's the wrong question to ask myself, because my relevance is based on what I believe is relevant and not the viewers. If the viewers are going to go wherever they feel what the topic that they like is relevant to them, there's nothing I can do about it. Even if I change my content, the viewers are very fickle, unless they're like, the viewers are like, I don't want to say down to earth or anything like that, but like, they have to have a real, like, is head on their shoulders the right term? They have to be able to be, how can I put this? I don't know how to put this. They have to be relevant to like what you're about. So if they don't vibe with like what you're about, like most of them, how many people is in here? Let me see. The 14 people that's watching in here, I saw there was 22 people in here. So it's going up and down, up and down. The 14 people that are watching in here, they vibe with me. The other people you see that came in here, they probably saw it on the stream and said, oh shit, what the hell is this about? Saw the thumbnail, read the title. What did the title say? It says, Dynasty of the Empire, Age of the Valkyries. Sounds like a video game. The Calm, gaming, anime, shorts, and news. So they jump in just to hear, okay, what they talking about. Hoping that I'm talking about Bleach, Dragon Ball, what else? The Switch 2, Mario Kart, blah, blah, blah. But they come in here and they hear some philosophical shit. They're like, who the fuck is this rasta ass looking dumbass nigga talking about? Get the fuck out of here, and they just change the channel. So I have to ask myself, do I want those people as my core audience? The truth of the matter is, no, I don't. Because then now that means I will have to wake up every day and I have to spew. I'm not me no more. I'm them. And what they want is the same drivel until they get tired of it. And so I'll be a slave to them. This is what happened to Edeka, people. And when he found out that there was no way for him to win, because he couldn't figure a way, he offed himself. Felt trapped, like in the Matrix. And he's like, I just want out. This is stupid. Doesn't make any sense. That's that's my them, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to switch off to the Valkyries, because I felt like the Valkyries gave more opportunities to me to be able to save the business and the brand and see where I can take it based on the opportunities that the Valkyries have brought up. So let me put you guys on to like the nitty gritty now. Okay, so why did Triforce bring up this conversation? I want to tell you something about the Valkyries that you guys are not aware of. I say it on this channel because the girls are not allowed to say it on their channel due to pushback and possible well, it's nothing illegal, nothing that's going to happen to us, but social pushback. But there will come a time where we're going to have to address the situation. That time's coming soon, which is like next week when we go on television. Haha. So we're trying to make certain things happen. Last year, no, in December 20, in July 2023, the Valkyries went to Anime Con Fest, which is a big anime convention here in Jamaica, right? The largest. The Valkyries spoke to the anime people there and told them that in order for Jamaica to expand in the anime scene, it's going to need some pop idol girls that can help promote and push anime in Jamaica like pop icons do, like Blackpink. That's why I asked any of you guys if you know who Blackpink is, right? Blackpink has their own video game. Yeah, Blackpink. They actually have their own video game. They're in Roblox. I don't know how they get into Rihanna is in Roblox. That's crazy. I was like, wait, what? Roblox has a fashion game? Madness. And I'm looking at all the shit the girls got. I'm like, what the hell? And you know what we get? We get skins of established people that got nothing to do with our scene in our video games. The shit don't make any sense, but whatever. The dudes will just buy it because they're just dudes. Anyway, so I'm like, yo, what if the girls could get on that level? What influence could they have to actually change or shift how the influence of the scene that we're trying to develop here in the Caribbean? So one of the questions that came to us was, yo, how we decided to say let's go into cosplay, because cosplay and anime is like the cousins of video games, because everything you can think of in anime has already been in a video game. Like video games is where you digitize your brand. If you want to digitize your brand and make it somewhere, you go to a video game. Fuck, Nicki Minaj is in Call of I think it's Call of Duty, and she twerks. Yeah, she twerks on you as a teabagging, like, nigga. She twerking on you in a video game, bro. This is.
They put WWE wrestlers in Call of Duty, and they put Rey Mysterio in.
Rey Mysterio. This is. I seen Goku in there. I'm like, yo, what the hell? What's happening here? So and all. So I'm like, wait a minute. We might have something here, bro. We actually might have something here. What can we actually do to break into the scene? So the first question is, we need a product. We're gonna need a product that's gonna help push like the anime cosplay scene. Much like what pushes the basketball scene? Sneakers, right? Okay, what product could cosplayers use to push their scene? I'll leave that question up to you guys. Let me hear what you guys think. What product could cosplayers use to help expand their scene in the business market? Want to pass? One moment, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys on that. What? Give me an answer. I'm looking. Pass my hand. Quickly, hurry up. Pass? Good. Okay. You're coming back past, or you going on a bit? Okay, good. I want to hear from the chat. What product do you guys think cosplayers and women, female cosplayers specifically, actually it's just cosplayers period, but more focused on female, what product could they use to help strengthen and expand their scene economically and from a business development standpoint? This is not a trick question. I just want to see where you guys' mindset is. So feel free to jump in with any answers, except for you, Dragon. You don't get, that's like unfair. You already know. Woo, woo, woo. Come on, I slid that in there, man. Don't play these games. And for those who are wondering what my thoughts on a Nintendo Switch 2 is, don't really have any thoughts until it comes out. But it's a good thing they're just supering up the system, you know, redoing the entire age of Super Nintendo. No need to reinvent the wheel. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But do upgrade. Cool is not an answer. I don't even know what that means. What do you mean, cool? The question is, what product could the cosplay scene, specifically for women, could use to help bolster economic growth in their scene for business? Economic growth and business development. Come on, guys. Don't make my opinion about y'all it be true. Like, y'all as dumb as bricks unless we're talking about video games and fucking anime. You guys don't know shit. Could you repeat your cosplay question? Okay. What product could cosplayers use, mainly women, to help economic growth within their scene and business development? Like, just like how basketball players sell sneakers or jerseys to help the economic growth of the NBA. What can cosplayers use to do the same? Whoa, got him. Hold that, stupid. Woo! "3D printer." No. Trayan, makeup brand, I guess. Anybody else? And you cheated, Trayan, just letting you know. Ha! You cheated because the shit I be sending you. That's cheating, bro. Anyway, Tran let the cat out the bag. Makeup. Why? Because everybody uses makeup for cosplay. Men and women. Right? So peak game. Right? So I was like, yo, we need to find a makeup brand that the Valkyries can push to help promote the developing cosplay scene in the Caribbean. Right? How are we going to do that? So we're going to create a... And then he says, he laughs, right? Yeah, my guess is makeup too. Yeah, it's makeup. And what we're talking about, Kareem, is actual real-time shit. The story I'm going to give you guys is going to, first it's going to turn left, right, get ugly, get stupid, all types of other shit. But ultimately, it all works out thanks to the help of you guys. And because we couldn't have gotten to where we are without y'all. Just letting y'all know that. What happened? So yeah, the hell? So makeup, right? So we were thinking, okay, yo, why don't we go promote a makeup brand, draw attention from the makeup industry to come into the cosplay scene and help support it, make it grow big, right? Just makes sense, right? So we were like, all right, what makeup brand are we going to use? Now, unfortunately, the entire makeup industry is predominantly white. L'Oreal, there's a bunch of them actually. Oh boy, MAC. I'm trying to remember some of the big names. Dior. Yes, Dior is an actual makeup brand. There's a bunch of these guys, but some of these big makeup brands, they dominate the industry. And when it comes to makeup products for dark skinned people, they're very limited. And worse than that, when it comes to colors, they're no good because they just aren't. They're not that good when it comes to diverse colors. But there is one company that actually focuses in diverse flushed colors for not cosplay. It's actually just meant for your everyday use. But we could use it for cosplay. And that was Fenty. So we said, oh shit, Rihanna. That's right, Rihanna has a makeup company. Yo, we could fucks with her. Number two, from a regional point of view, since we're in the Caribbean, it's also a good look because it's from a Caribbean, and it's Fenty's not. I don't want to make it sound like oh, Fenty is like this black-owned company. It's not. Don't get gassed. Rihanna is the CEO, and she has 50% shares in it. So she runs Fenty. She's the face for Fenty. She's Caribbean. She's black. Yes, but Fenty's not a black. It's not a makeup company that focuses on black people. It's a makeup company that focuses on people, period, of all colors. Shit, they got a color for fucking anime and cosplay characters, literally, and I mean that shit, literally. I'll show you later, right? So now, boom, we're like, yo, let's fuck with Fenty, right? And she's in the Caribbean. We now wanna blackify it, so to speak. But not to take it away, not to take away from white people, but to use the fact that it's a Caribbean person who runs who spearheads the company, right? And it's under her family name. Fenty is Rihanna's family name. For those who did not know that, that's her name is, what is it? Robin Rihanna Fenty. That's her actual name. I didn't even know that. I had to look that shit up. I was like, holy shit, it's a family name. She put that shit in a family name. Good shit, right? And she got all types of shit. Fenty Savage, which is a lingerie line that she got. And for those who don't know, Rihanna's not scared to show off her body. She in it, titties popping, ass out. She now hired Glorilla, the Memphis, Tennessee rapper, who's a face person for us. She likes get. I saw this thing on TV with Rihanna. She's like, I don't know what y'all think. Just because I'm a billionaire, I'm fucking ghetto. Y'all niggas need to know this shit. I was like, that is the most ghettoest shit to say. She's like, I'm ghetto, but I respect the fact that she maintains who she is, and whatnot. I saw her cursing out some girl on the runway because some girl thought she was some bad bitch over her. She was like, bitch. So, but yeah, so Rihanna, so that's her thing for a company, and we was like, this would be a perfect fit for the Valkyries, right? Especially in our region. And I was like, our first thing was like, we need to use her makeup to help promote and push anime and cosplay and gaming, like the streams and all this other stuff. So in December 2023, we started up a campaign. We called Barbados, got an interview set up for January, and that's when the girls started going on TV to promote the cosplay scene here throughout the Caribbean, not just Jamaica, but throughout the Caribbean, because we wanted to expand the business within the Caribbean. So it's not just about developing Jamaica, but but developing the Caribbean as a whole, push up the whole region. It's good for business, right? You guys, I know it's long-winded what I'm talking about, but you gotta get the context for this because you'll see where this is going. Because then when I show you guys the story, I'm gonna read shit to y'all. Y'all gonna be like, what the? Y'all gonna be like, that's what you've been doing, Triforce? Yeah, that's where I've been the whole time. That's why when y'all like, how come you don't come and stream no more? It's not that it's not necessarily that I don't care no more. It's just that the way I see things now, I don't waste my time with things that are in the grand scheme of things not relevant. That doesn't mean smaller things aren't relevant. Small things are relevant to small things, but small things aren't relevant to large things. They're not. So I compartmentalize them. You have great minds. Eleanor Roosevelt, I'm just quoting her. Small minds talk about people. Average minds talk about events, history. Great minds talk about ideals and the future. It's not my quote, but I do subscribe to it. My wife made these cute crochet baby socks for Dana. They're for a little baby. They're actually cute. She's over here being cute. I'm gonna come over and pop her. But they're like puppy. I like them. It's for the little baby to put his feet in. Stop. Anyway, guys, yeah. Take pictures and show them to Dana. Anyway, you messed up my story now, man. Come on. Cute puffy socks. But yeah, so I subscribe to that because I want to. The older I get, I don't want to be locked up and just pinned to one particular thing. I would like to expand my horizon, and that's one of the biggest problems that the Empire had. It couldn't expand its horizon outside of pressing buttons. That's all you really could do, and sadly, and I didn't realize it until years later. It's hence why it's one of the major reasons why I left America. That and it's Babylon. So like keeping a billion with you, like it being Babylon was the main reason why I left. I just couldn't. I was gonna die in America because these fools was gonna go catch me on a charge. I ain't dealing with the racist shit. I can't deal with it, bro. I just can't. And my wife is now finding out firsthand some American racist shit down here in Jamaica. We gonna get to that. So we raised money. My friend here on the phone with me, Dragon, helped me raise $1 million Jamaican dollars, which is like 10,000 US dollars, right, to finance an entire inter-Caribbean campaign to go to Barbados and go to the anime convention here in Jamaica to promote Fenty Beauty as the Caribbean's cosplaying video game and anime makeup line. That was the entire tote. Give me a second. Word? Alright. How many of you guys know about something called Hour Today? Let me know. How many of you guys know what Hour Today is? If you don't know, open up Google and click on Hour Today, because I'm going to tell you guys about our campaign. But I like the Hour Today article because it's not like me. It's not long-winded. It gets straight to the point of what the campaign is, and it's a 4-minute read. I'd rather do that than give you guys a 40-something minute you know, Triforce long-winded ass talk, never get to the point ass, and just chatting, running my mouth off and whatnot. So take a look. Just Google Hour Today, guys, because just click on Google and click in Hour Today, 2 separate words. It'll give you an idea what it's a what is it, a virtual news company? Yeah, it's like it's like one of them companies that give you like news in different articles. Let me know who's done it so I can move on straight to the article. Hour Today, yeah, just like that. Type that in. I'm on it. All right, let me know. You see it, Sleazy? Yeah, I'm there. Okay. Jamaica Casino. What? Well, it has a bunch of stories on it. I just want you guys to know what the site's about. So they do a bunch of news articles on what's going on in the Caribbean, Jamaica mainly, etc., etc. The reason why I want to do that is so when I pull up this thing and I'm reading it in front of you guys are not, you know, like confused as to what the hell am I reading or whatever the case may be. That's just an article. Yeah, that's just one article. 1 second. Here, let me see if I can win this. One moment. One moment. Moving too slow. Moving too slow. I'm not gonna win this. Not that. Anyway. So yeah, let me go to this article right here. Boom. Let's go desktop. Google. There it is. All right. So take a pause from this game for a second. This is an Hour Today article. So the article reads: Valkyries of Arcadia tout laying foundation for Fenty Beauty Caribbean market entry. This was done. When was this? Do they have a date for this? Oh no, today's date. That don't count. But when was the date written for this article? Anyway, so this is a picture of the girls when they was in Barbados at the what's the name of that event? The Anime Con Expo event. They were cosplaying. This is a character from what's the name of that TV? What's the name of that show? What Neko's cosplaying as? Has Been Hotel. Nile is cosplaying as Nessa from Pokemon, and then Alethea is cosplaying as a maid from the waifu games and I don't know, waifu animes. I'm not all into that. So it says Valkyries of Arcadia member Rhea Silver Neko, Rampere, Shashawn Empress Now Bailey, and Natasha Alethea Jefferson sport their costumes while promoting the Fenty makeup line at an AnimeCon Expo in Bridgetown, Barbados. The news of the Bayesian-born U.S. pop star Rihanna makeup line Fenty coming to the Caribbean, and in particular Jamaica, has created quite the buzz. However, the news is an even more exciting development for a group of young Jamaican women involved in local gaming, anime, and cosplay scene, who are believed to have laid the foundation for the makeup company's entry into the Caribbean market. Known as the Valkyries of Arcadia, the female gaming group has sought to expand modern pop culture and entertainment in Jamaica throughout a partnership with AnimeCon Fest, the country's largest annual anime comic convention. That was inked in 2022, which I don't know about that. It's actually earlier, but whatever. This is a picture of a beauty store that we went to called Fabulous. That's Neko and now trying out Rihanna's stuff in there, right? Let's continue. It says, as part of the partnership, the group joined with AnimeCon Fest to promote cosplay, dancing, and gaming performances to a wider Jamaican audience through events, digital media, and on television. Their efforts helped spark growing interest in the scene. However, it was after a successful 2023 summer campaign that Shashawn, Empress now, and manager and director of the Valkyries, discovered that many content creators and cosplayers in Jamaica lack high quality makeup, especially given the region's tropical climate. In 2023, so this is a quote from now. In 2023, I realized just how essential makeup is for cosplaying and presenting ourselves as professionals in what we do. At the time, no makeup brand directly catered to cosplay to the cosplay scene in Jamaica or in the Caribbean region. So when I looked for high quality brand, that's when I came across Fenty Beauty, and I realized it aligned with our lifestyle, modeling, cosplay content. Barely told our today, right? So she continued going on. We put the product to the test at a few cosplay events, including the inaugural New Year's Eve cosplay ball. Impressed with the results, the Valkyries and I have decided that we should launch a campaign to introduce Fenty Beauty to Jamaica's cosplay scene and even to other countries in the Caribbean. Obviously, that meant we'd have to go to Barbados to pay homage to Rihanna, who created Fenty. The best part of it all is that Fenty was made from a Caribbean, so why not represent our region by supporting it through the Caribbean? This is a video, you can actually watch it. This is like their third television feature where they showcased how they use Fenty Beauty for streaming, cosplaying, and even modeling. I'll send you guys a link to this article shortly. In addition to announcing a visit to Barbados to promote both countries' anime and cosplay conventions, Bailey also created a series of television features showcasing Fenty Beauty applications. Ahead of the visit to Barbados in the summer of 2024, the Valkyries became official media partners for AnimeCon Fest, hosting a Fenty Beauty touch-up booth at the event where cosplayers could refresh their makeup for a longer-lasting look. Fenty Beauty was also advertised with 2 ads in the Product of Jamaica magazine Cosplay Edition. What happened in Barbados? While in Barbados, the Valkyries made a television appearance for Fenty Beauty makeup demo. This summer, we stopped in Barbados for our tour to connect to the cosplay and gaming scenes in the region. In our effort to do so, we went on Morning Barbados on arrival alongside Product of Jamaica to speak on the major impact of our scene through the community's efforts and the products we use from Fenty that assist in our work. Rhea Rampier, another Valkyrie of Arcadia member, shared. During our stay, Product of Jamaica magazine, so this is the show, Morning Barbados. This is when they were on television. It was a 20-minute feature on TV talking about anime, video games, and cosplay and Fenty. So during our stay, Product of Jamaica documented our journey, the island's culture and community as we attended AnimeCon Expo throughout my decade-long voyage in cosplay. I wanted to represent Jamaica at this convention's cosplay competition. The free Fenty Beauty station that we set up at the Valkyries booth made getting ready for the booth days of the convention hassle-free, and I was able to seize the moment and secure second place for my country and team. She further informed. So Neko got second place at the cosplay competition there. AnimeCon Expo is held annually in Bridgetown. No, AnimeCon Expo is held annually in Bridgetown. Their Valkyrie member Silver Neko placed second in the convention's cosplay contest using Fenty Beauty. The Fenty Beauty announcement following Valkyrie's campaign in September 2024, Fenty Beauty announced their expansion into the Caribbean market in October, starting with Barbados. At the end of the month, Fenty Beauty revealed a collaboration with Riot Games' League of Legends and Netflix anime Arcane, releasing their special Fenty Beauty Arcane Makeup Vault, which I will show you guys shortly, because we have it. In November, Rihanna announced Fenty's upcoming launch in Jamaica with a special surprise, which we went to the launch, by the way. So here's the booth that we had, and this is Dana putting on the makeup with this is what's her name? Luxie's from the United States. She's actually Jamaican born, but she's raised in the United States, and she came down from Anime Fest. The Valkyries are eagerly anticipating Fenty's beauty arrival and looking forward to partnering with Anime Fest and the Jamaica cosplay community with hopes of helping to launch the brand in Jamaica. So that's the article. I'm going to put this link in here. Anybody wants to read that later can read it later, right? Oh, okay. So then, now, with all that being said, after our tour, 2 months after our tour, Rihanna announced that she wanted to launch Fenty throughout the Caribbean, which led people to speculate that the Valkyries influenced Fenty to want to come to the Caribbean. Now, there is an argument for it, but me personally, I'm not that gassed to believe that, and here's why. It would just make sense for Fenty to come to the Caribbean. Did we nudge them? I would say we nudged them. There's no way to sit here and say that, oh, we didn't, we had no effect on them coming to the Caribbean. I won't concede to that either. But I won't sit here and make it sound like I'm like, we're the running force as to why they decided to come to the Caribbean. They were already coming to the Caribbean regardless. That would just make sense for them to do it. They probably had plans on a different time, but based on our campaign, I believe that our campaign kind of reminded them and say, hey, yo, how come we don't go to the Caribbean? And that's when we was already planning to do that. Let's just do it. And then they launched. When they launched in the Caribbean, Jamaica was not in the initial launch. It was 9 countries, Barbados and 8 other countries, and Jamaica was not on the list. Jamaica tour, Rihanna, a new one. I don't know why. We was trying to tell Jamaica, chill. Y'all bugging. Like, come on, man. She didn't say she's not coming to Jamaica. But Jamaica's issue is, why wasn't they on the list first? And I know why they wasn't on the list first. Because Jamaica would overshadow Rihanna's launching her own shit. Like, she's Bayesian. Like, come on, man. Like, she got to put her country first. She can't put Jamaica over her own country. That's stupid. Nobody would do that. Well, maybe black people. But outside of black people, nobody would do that. Like, nobody gonna put them somebody else over themselves. Just us. But definitely not Rihanna. Anyway, after there was a lot of like some negative shit being said, bro. And in fact, while I'm talking to you guys about this, I'm gonna run this in the background so it goes in line with what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me skip most of this shit. Okay. Yeah, I'll let it play from right there. Because the rest is just some promotion and shit. But you're gonna start. So we did all that, and then Rihanna decided. She came out of nowhere about a month ago and said, "I'm coming to Jamaica April 10th." Yes, guys, 10 days ago. And she's launching in Jamaica April 10th, right? So the Valkyries had to be there. So the Valkyries is like, nope, we gotta go there. We put in way too much work. We can't be left out of the launch. Yada yada yada. And none of this is made possible without guys like Trayan, Stated, even you, Kareem, and all the people who supported the Valkyries when you made donations to these streams. Every time you guys donated a stream, I took that money and I invested it into the Valkyries so they could do shit like this. And when I step back and I look at all the shit, I made this 9x16 thing on the side because I wanted to showcase. Like, a lot of people will say, yo, don't support Triforce, don't support the Valkyries, because they're just taking it and they're spending their money on themselves and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. And although that is sound advice, it is wrong advice. Because unlike these thought slut bitches out here who be taking niggas' money and spending it on taking their boyfriend out to dinner, and the boyfriend is fucking his girl with your money in the new dress she bought, that's not what the Valkyries do. The Valkyries actually put in fucking work. They work. Damn sure they work, because I'm the architect behind them working. So I'm out here with the whip and the crack, like, get to work, bitch. Fuck out of here. We on some slavery plantation shit. You gonna work. We don't deal with that thought shit over here. You gonna work. You or how how Lux says it, you gonna get this work. For real. We not about that nonsense. They're gonna earn their keep. None of this money is that you guys be donating goes to them so that they can go buy some makeup or some shit like that for them to fuck out of here. That's why we're able to, that's why the organization is able to maintain, you know, we're in year 21 and the organization's still going. The organization is literally fueled by you guys. Literally, because ain't no banks giving us no money. No banks want to give us a loan. The one loan we got is because of guys like Stated and Dragon, who's in this chat right now. They're the ones who put up the loan for us to get to position ourselves to where we are. And the Valkyries are now breaking into the industry to the point, bro, they was on a stock exchange in Jamaica. The stock exchange has an actual channel. I'll show you guys that in a little bit. They actually have a channel and whatnot. And where they do their news and what the hell just happened? Where they do all their news and stuff like that. What you see right there is her after the launch, they went and did a try-on haul of the stuff that they got from the launch. So they had to buy stuff at the launch and whatnot. Even all that made payable because of you guys, because that's where the money goes. The maintenance in order to maintain the girl's brand and all this other shit. There was a time when the Knights used to get that, and investors believed in everything I was doing with the Knights. But they stopped when the players started thinking about owning themselves, and then the investors is like, what's the point of me investing in you guys if you guys just gonna take it and just use it for yourself? For those who followed the Empire long enough, you know of a guy, I'm not gonna say his name, ex-military, Navy SEAL guy. He was an investor for the Knights. You don't know about this now, but he invested in the players to go to a tournament and they had to play to win as a team. One of the players went there and wasn't playing as a team, started looking out for himself. And the Marine nigga grabbed this nigga and started choking him. Live in front of everyone. And he had his combat knife on him. The niggas tried to grab him. And me and Matrix like, chill, he's a Marine. Because he would have killed those kids. I'm not even playing, like I'm not smiling. He's a Marine. He served in Iraq. 2 tours, came back. He would have murdered.
Do they know that?
No, they didn't know that. Only me and Chris knew that. And we had to back. We didn't want to touch him because we wasn't trying to get stabbed by no motherfucking Marine veteran from fucking Iraq. Fuck out of here. We could stab them niggas. They stabbing me. I'm not fighting. I know I'll fight for myself, but I'm not fighting no motherfucking Marine. Nigga, fuck out of here. But we had to back niggas up. Big E was big. He could take him, but
Nobody wants to die.
I don't know if E is big enough to take him, but I don't think E could take him. Because he may be big, but he's a Marine. So E knows how to fight, but he knows how to kill. So with that, I'm like, I don't know. We just had to tell him back off. We had to calm him down. It was like, yo, just come with us. Just come with us. We had to escort him off the premise, put him in a taxi, send him back to the hotel. And we was like, oh my goodness. And that was a scene in the FGC. Axe, yipes. Chris Matrix. Do you know about that Marine that choked Smooth Viper? And they'll tell you, oh, that's wild. That was at an East Coast tournament. Like, he was literally gonna kill him. And that guy, he helped us so much. When we lost our house, Long Island Joe was with us. He literally bought us the Arc 6, which we call the God's Arc. when we all went homeless and was in the street. He bought that arc and took us off the street. Took me off the street, took Red off the street, took all of us off the street. So that's why, like, yeah, a little choking ain't so bad. A little choking ain't so bad. He's a man. He could deal with it. Smooth Viper knew it. He even said, "Yeah, I fucked up." he said I didn't deserve to get choked, but yeah, I fucked up. But yeah, there go the Fenty. That's the Fenty Beauty Arcane box set that they did, which is based off the video game League of Legends Wild Rift and the anime from Netflix called Arcane. They made a fucking makeup based on a video game and anime for cosplay, my nigga. You see what I'm saying? Look at the market the girls get. Like, we can't compete with that shit. I was gonna call them bitches. Nah, these girls will fuck us up in this market. And that's what made me realize, wait a minute. I'm doing some shit backwards. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. I'm like, no, wait, we doing something wrong here. This is what made me say, well, I realized this a long time ago. I'm just now seeing it in fruition. Like, the Empire is going, well, I can't say we was going backwards because the Empire needs to establish itself first. So let's not sit there and act like the Knights ain't putting no work, you know, because the Knights did put, the Knights positioned the Valkyries to be in the position that they are to help maintain the Empire, as all good women would do. Men build a house and women maintain it, right? So the Valkyries are doing their job. But this is why, and this is going to be very offensive. Let me see how many people in here. 21 people watching, so about 11 people are about to leave right now because of the shit I'm going to say. This is why I don't necessarily give a fuck about this Nintendo shit and this Switch shit. And this is why I retired from the Switch line, because, bro, I have more important things to deal with. And real talk, like the Nintendo thing, it's not, I don't want to say it's beneath me, and I don't want to say I've outgrown it, because that's not true either. I still love Nintendo, but priorities, people, priorities.
Yeah.
I can't be 47 years old standing out on launch lines talking about, yeah, man, I'm getting the next Nintendo Switch. That shit's gay. That shit's gay. That shit's gay. Let me repeat it one more time. That shit's gay. Niggas feel a certain way about it. If niggas feel a certain way about it, fuck off. Like, just fuck off. Because at the end of the day, when I'm keeping it real, when I was dying here, it was only the real niggas that came. It's the real niggas that came and paid my hospital bill. It was the real niggas that came and paid for my medicine. It's the real niggas that fed me. It's the real niggas that keep the Empire going. It's the real niggas that finance the Valkyries. All these niggas that I stood the line for and shit like that, and they're like, yo, Triforce, you're a legend. None of them niggas helped me out. Niggas talk about everybody else and everything else but me. They'll come around and say, yo, Triforce, what's up, man? You a legend and shit like that, but that's about it. That shit don't do nothing for me. That shit don't do nothing for me. That shit don't do nothing for my people. That shit doesn't do nothing for Africa. And that shit doesn't do nothing for my region. That shit just makes Nintendo richer. That's it. And that's me keeping it a billion. 100 billion. So, and it's not a popular opinion. And I try to keep my opinions to myself. But I'm just trying to keep it real. And that's why I support the Nintendo community. But from an arm's length distance, bro. Just like the fighting game community. I'm still involved. But from an arm's length distance. There's shit I gotta take care of. There's people depending on me. Investors dudes who put, I don't even know. Like, niggas out here is like putting in, they put bread in me, bro. Real bread. Niggas out here trying to see that return on investment. So they need that kickback. Oh shit, it went up 2 subscribers. Oh, so I'm fucking with some real niggas in here. Okay, alright. So I got some real niggas in here. But you know, that's the main reason for anyone wondering, Triforce, why did you pass the torch? Because bro, that's not for me anymore. That I have to pass that on to the new avatar, bro. Like, There's other, each avatar, you don't necessarily die as an avatar, do you? You have to die, and then the next generation comes up and it's passed to the next one? Or do you?
Yeah, you have to die.
Oh, you have to die?
You have to die.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
nah, chill. I ain't no avatar. I'm not dying with that shit, bro. I pass that shit. But Roku was, oh yeah, Roku was dead when he passed that shit, when Aang came for it. So, wait.
Yep.
So you have to die with that shit? That shit's whack.
You have to die for the cycle to continue.
Nah, I'm not fucking with.
Because it's not like the avatar is not blood. The avatar is not bloodline. It's more like spiritual thing.
Nah, bro, I can't fuck with that. Never mind, I ain't no avatar. Fuck out of here. I ain't dying with that shit. I'll just pass that shit on. How about that? How about I just pass it on, and then let the next generation rock with it. Give them a chance. Let them do their thing. And that's why I was so it passes after death. Reincarnation? Nah, bro. Sorry, Aang. Fuck you. You get all that shit. But yeah, so that's why I passed the torch to C&D, and I kept that shit to myself because I didn't want anyone to misunderstand how I saw things, because I don't want people, oh, so you hate Nintendo? No, it has nothing to do with me hating Nintendo. But like, come on, man. Like, you gotta at some point you gotta say, yo, it's time to move on. Like, I don't even think people even understand how, like, Nintendo as an organization treated me. Like, you guys don't even know some of the dark truths out there about Nintendo and me and the shit I had to fight through to Nintendo. All praise be to, well, so let me not say that, but all thanks to, you know who fought for me when I was in Nintendo? Reggie. And once Reggie retired, I was like, nah, I'm out. Actually, I was out before Reggie even retired, because the shit I saw Reggie have to do, the red tape Reggie had to cut for me, I'm like, yo, I don't understand this. Like, if I'm Nintendo's golden boy, why is corporate Nintendo acting like this towards me? We ain't want it.
Japan hates America.
So once
I don't blame this.
Once I realized what it was, I was like, then this is pointless then. It's not gonna be long. I'm just gonna be here for a short period of time until they find somebody else, and I just get replaced. So at that time, I'm like, nah, I'm done. I put too much into the scene to let it die like that. Let me just pass the torch to somebody else then, if that's gonna be the case. And that's when I saw C&D. A lot of people don't even remember, like, I actually retired before I passed the torch. That shit with C&D that happened, that shit was like divine intervention. That was just the stars and the moons aligning, saying, yo, Triforce, because I retired in 2012, and it was in 2017 I met C&D, 5 years later, and I only came back into the scene just to pass the torch, because I didn't want to see all the work I did to help build a Nintendo community, community, because the Nintendo community exists long before me. There was one before me, and there's one after me. But I'm talking about the one in my generation. I didn't want to see it die, so I passed it sort to C&D, and now you have the Joy-Con boys and Chicken Dog. That's the guy who's standing first in line right now with Etika's brother, 9, and the rest of the Joy-Con boys, guys that I saw from the line almost 10 years ago. Yeah, Ronaldo, kid was a 17-year-old kid, grown-ass man now on the line. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Time flew by. You guys got to remember, like, I'm almost, oh, wait, time out. I can go back to this, for this shit. I'm almost actually 50, bro. I'm 47. I'm going to be 48 in July. Can you imagine me online? Come on, man. I got to stop that shit. I had to put a stop to that. But I wanted to put a stop to it without it bringing any harm to the Nintendo community. So I kept that shit to myself. Retired, bowed out of the game gracefully, and that was it. But And then I came to focus on what I'm doing here. And see, so now the Valkyries is in some shit right now. Positive. They making some huge moves right now. We're trying to get the Valkyries to become official, what do you call it again? Makeup ambassadors for Fenty Beauty for Jamaica. We're trying to get them on television features so that they can talk about their story of their campaign on how they helped touted Fenty to come here. Not that they're the ones responsible for Fenty. There's a lot of people going to try to twist the story and make it sound like that, and that's not the case. But let me tell you about some shit that happened at the launch, the Fenty launch. Some racist ass shit that happened at the Fenty launch. Yup. No matter where you go, there's always some white nigga that gotta wanna ice skate uphill. So we got there a day before the launch, and the girls was in the Starbucks waiting, creating content for social media to promote the launch of Fenty and whatnot in Jamaica. And TVJ, the nation's largest television station, came out to do a feature for what's the name of this? Entertainment Report, which is like Jamaica's version of Entertainment Tonight, for those who watch that, right? And it was a good feature. I actually saw it. It was kind of cool, right? Did a whole big piece of shit. Like, Fenty blew the fuck up in here in Jamaica. If you guys was watching that, the little side thing on the side, bro, you saw that launch? That launch was a good ass launch for a makeup brand. Like, what? It ain't even that serious. Apparently it is. Apparently it is. The girls don't fuck around with their makeup like how dudes don't fuck around with their video games. That shit, the launch was a fire code violation if I ever saw one. There's 1,000 people in a space of 250. And the girls was like, bitch, get out my way. It was like, move, bitch, get out the way. Bitches was not playing. They were throwing elbows. Like, stop playing. They trying to get their makeup on. And I was like, damn, the market here is vicious and underdeveloped. That's the crazy part. So I said, the day these niggas realize what's going on here, oh my God, they're going to make so much money in the Caribbean. And Fenty is the first. So watch. I bet you MAC, L'Oreal, and all of these other makeup companies, they're going to all start saying, oh, we're going to now start making vibrant colors for people of the Caribbean and African region. Now you want to do it? You just mad because Rihanna did it first. But we're just trying to make some we're trying to make some progress with the girls for all the work and the endeavors that they've done. And I want to thank all of you guys because I don't really get to come on as much. This is like my first day coming back from being sick. I was gone for like a week and a half. Had no work. I got fucked up. Got to go to the doctor, but my people's bailed me out. I'm better now, so I'm back on the grind. What is fashion world goes crazy, even for makeup. Yes, sir. That shit's not a game. Fashion world is ridiculous. I thought video games was crazy. Nah, bro. Fashion world is ridiculous, bro. If that's even a word. And I'm just glad that the girls here in Jamaica have a first feet knee high deep in it before anyone. So there's a lot of things that the girls gotta get ready to do because dudes is trying to block out the girls. Media companies that don't want to take their interview for no reason, even though we were willing to pay. We're like, yo, we'll pay for it and shit. They were like, nope, because they don't want to give the girls a story that they somehow influenced Fenty. I'm like, but it's true though. Like, we have the proof. And then at the launch, this white guy came outside. I don't know what happened. I don't know what incited it. He just came out of nowhere. The funny part is, when I first met him, right, he thought I was TBJ, and I was like, nah, I'm not TBJ, I'm with E plus TV. And we had a nice talk. It was mainly him talking. I wasn't really talking, I was listening to him. He's showing off and saying all types of dumb shit. The man said, we spent $10 million on this launch, US. And in my mind, I'm like, why'd you have to say US? You think I don't know you meant US? Well, that's because he's white and he thinks I'm I'm just some Jamaican uneducated man who doesn't know anything about finance. Because $10 million is American, is not $10 million Jamaican. Best believe. The US currency is 1 to 156. So every 156 Jamaican dollars equals 1 US dollar. That's how weak the Jamaican dollar here is. In fact, you know whose currency is just like the Jamaican currency? The Japanese yen. The Japanese yen is just like the US Jamaican dollar. That's how weak it is. I didn't even know that. I found that out this year. Because of a certain...
Yeah, the Japanese yen is literally weak right now.
Huh?
Yeah, Japanese yen has been super weak as of late.
It was always weak. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't know. It was always weak. The Japanese yen has always been weak to the US dollar. It has never been strong. And so we saw them try to cock block the Valkyries. They didn't want to give the Valkyries no burn, no nothing. They didn't want to allow them to go on TV, no nothing. So we decided to partner up with a local cable station here in Jamaica. And the channel, the entire channel is literally dedicated into doing modern shit. Because Jamaica is 40 years behind. Ass backwards niggas that just like don't be doing shit. Some people are like, why are you talking about Jamaica like that? My nigga, I'm just keeping it a billion. Jamaica is ass backwards. Shit is like 40 years behind. Like the shit that they put on TV, the way it even looks on TV, looks like 1980s shit. Like 1980s television. And that shit's supposed to be, nah, that shit is not cool. And it's like they don't want to evolve. They don't want the next generation to push up, because then the old men, the old geezers will lose power. And they want to maintain their power as long as they possibly can. That's politics for you. So in fact, I'm gonna show you the TV station, right? I produce stuff for them, for the Valkyries. Any major features that we get 5-minute free slots. So like the Valkyries can make a television feature for as long as it's under the 5-minute mark, and the television station don't charge us anything. It's for free. Anything we want over 5 minutes, we have to pay the TV station, and they make an actual feature out of it. Like I'm going to show you guys a couple of features and bore you guys with some of the shit. But this is the real shit, bro. This is where I want to show guys like, well, Dragon already knows, and Trayan already knows, but guys like Kareem, who supports, and any of the other guys who's lurking in here, where your money actually goes. What your money actually goes to. So y'all know Triforce is that real nigga. Like, he is him. Like, oh damn, so he really out there putting in the work. I am out here putting in the motherfucking work. I'm out here working. Give me a second, because I'm mad that I even made that mistake. Come on, bro. Stop. No. 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 Oh, it's just you by yourself? Whatever. I'm overdoing it then. 1 second, guys. I thought I was fighting 2 people, making me go hard for no reason. I got you, bro. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I'm getting out of this hole. I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. Hold that, stupid. I told you, stupid. Once, oh. Talk too soon. No, I didn't. Gotcha, stupid. What you doing, bro? What you saying? What you saying? No. Stop. Freeze, you're under arrest. Robert. Robocop, nigga. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, wow. What? Oh my goodness. This game is something else. Oh, you guys are trying to yo, get out of here, bro. I clean that up. Garbage man. Clean that up. I clean up all that, bro. No, get out of here. Get what? Yo, why am I keep making those mistakes? Thank you, man. Get out of here. Put you guys onto some stuff. Oops. Go to the main channel. Oh, I can show you guys this straight from the stream. So the girls also, not only are they talented in dancing and doing all that extra shit, they actually know how to crochet. They made their own bathing suit. So I don't know if any of you guys, some of you guys ever gone to their channel, the Valkyries channel, and watch them when they stream and they're doing the Forever Summer Friday videos where they show them modeling in their bathing suits and doing their TikTok skits and dances in their bathing suit. Well, now they make their own bathing suit brand, and they did an entire television feature based on that. Let me put you guys on. Where is it? You guys can take a look at it right here.
Hi, I'm Empress Nell from the Valkyries of Arcadia, and we are here at our Forever Summer Retreat for a special E+ TV feature. Now, Forever Summer is one of the lifestyle brands of the Valkyries of Arcadia. It's pretty much saying that, in Western countries, it's summer, fall, winter, and spring, 4 seasons. But here in Jamaica and in the Caribbean, it's hot. It's just summer all year round. So we go to the different attractions, the beaches, pools, rivers, waterfalls, etc., and we wear our bathing suits, create our content, and have fun. So now what we are here doing today is we are unveiling our luxury crochet line. I recently got into crocheting thanks to Zuri. She real friendly, like bullied me into crocheting. So now I'm looking into designs for myself. I actually created this piece, and what we're gonna do today is head down to the pool and show you guys everything else. But first, let's do our makeup and then get right into it. So we're here at our Forever Summer Retreat in Kingston. This is where we come to relax. We're gonna get into the girls and their designs.
Hi, I'm Valkyrie Lockness, and I am a seamstress by profession, though I recently started to crochet, where I created this piece I'm wearing right now. I'm so excited I get to make things that can match my style.
Hi, I'm Valkyrie Zuri. I'm the master crocheter. I've been crocheting for the past 10 years. Prior to crocheting, we wore 876 beachwear. Now we can complement our fashion sense by crocheting our own pieces which express our individuality. My piece was designed around the Valentine's holiday.
My name is Silver Neko, and the inspiration for this piece was my Asian mixed background for the color scheme with the red and black, as well as K-pop for the sleeves for a more edgy look.
So the reason why I went with this design, the Valkyries of Arcadia logo, it has the colors gold, black, and white. I wanted to not only keep the color, but actually have Valkyrie-esque theme. So we have the arms, got the colors for the swimwear, but also have the legs as well. Also, the Valkyrie logo has wings, so I even put wings on the side. I tried to fly, but Still working on it. So that is why I went to this design.
The VOA Forever Summer lifestyle aims to showcase Jamaica's natural beauty, whether it's its people or attractions, and also promote local brands such as our luxury crochet swimwear line.
Throughout the years, we've worked hard to promote our Forever Summer lifestyle. From creating sexy YouTube shorts where we model 876 beachwear apparel, which inspired us to design our own swimsuits through crocheting. They've been the foundation that supported our beach lifestyle. So from modeling swimwear on television to being featured in the international print media Product of Jamaica magazine. In the magazine, it highlights the very essence of tropical culture. It covered us enjoying rivers, pools, being in boats, and other bodies of water. This has been the unveiling of the Valkyries of Arcadia Forever Summer Luxury Crochet Swimwear line. Hope you guys love the designs, and we'll see you on the next one here on E+ TV.
That's their crochet line. In fact, that's what my wife's doing back there, but she's making socks for a little baby. But you're making his beanie now? So she working on his beanie. See what I'm saying? They got skills. They can craft shit. They out here doing shit, bro. But outside of that, that's what's been going on. For anyone who didn't know, what the hell am I doing? I gotta go. I'm at the end of Breath of the Wild, but I feel like, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but I feel like Breath of the Wild. I just don't want to beat it.
You don't want to part to
It's not that I don't want to. It's just I have to get back into my Zelda vibe has like kind of gone down the drain of recent. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but that's the exactly. And in order for me to get into Zelda, I can't be worried about the important shit that I gotta do. I gotta be like good. Take a 2-week vacation. I'm like, nah, it doesn't matter what happens. I'm good. This is taken care of. That's taken care of. Blah blah blah. So I can get into the vibe of it, but like I just can't. Mentally, I'm not there. Come on. So I end up playing. Tetris is the only game that makes me just keeps me thinking. Whoa. Whoa. You said Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I play most of the time compared to other games.
Let's switch topics for a second before we come into something new. In the meantime, let's do this. Nope.
This thing just. I'm not. This thing just.
What?
When you have a true battlefield to test your equipment, that's called battle testing. Plenty of the weapons that we've sent to Ukraine don't work. Cannons split, drones fall out of the sky, body armor fails, night vision goggles don't work. But we get a chance to take that feedback from the field directly back to the manufacturer, who can make instantaneous improvements and send out more tested gear. So we're battle testing American weapons without having to risk American lives. What happened in Afghanistan back in the 80s? We started funding the Taliban. 30 years later, we had to go to war with the Taliban. They were shooting down our helicopters with the same weapons we gave them. We don't want that to happen again. When we give our old weapons to Ukraine, they break or get used up in Ukraine. We don't ever have to worry about them coming back to fight us in the future. Which is why you see this constant conflict between Zelensky asking for more. We can't give him everything he's asking for, or else there's going to be this big surplus of American modern weapons. And if they lose, Russia gets all these weapons. If they win, we have a very formidable force trained and equipped with top-of-the-line weapons. When you have a true battle to test your equipment, that's called battle testing. Plenty of the weapons that we've sent to Ukraine don't work. Cannons split, drones fall out of the sky, body armor fails, night vision goggles don't work. But we get a chance to take that feedback from the field directly back to the manufacturer, who can make instantaneous improvements and send out more tested. So we're battle testing American weapons without having to risk American lives. What happened in Afghanistan back in the 80s? We started funding the Taliban. 30 years later, we had to go to war with the Taliban. They were shooting down our helicopters with the same weapons we gave them. We don't want that to happen again. When we give our old weapons to Ukraine, they break or get used up in Ukraine. We don't ever have to worry about them coming back to fight us in the future. Which is why you see this constant conflict between Zelensky asking for more. We can't give him everything he's asking for, or else there's going to be this big surplus of American modern weapons. And if they lose, Russia gets all these weapons. If they win, we have a very formidable force trained and equipped with top-of-the-line weapons. When you have a true battlefield.
Did you know that anime left out one very important detail regarding the way Oetsu sent Ichigo to the human world and then back to the Soul King Palace? We know that Shinigami traveled between the world of the living and Soul Society by using Senkaku, but it's also possible to go through Garganta, which is what Hollows use. And even though the Soul King Palace is located above the Soul Society, it is blocked off by 72 barriers, which makes it impossible to use any of the previous methods to get there. The only way one can get up there is by opening the previously mentioned barriers. For that, one needs an organ, also known as the key, which is why even Aizen worked his butt off trying to acquire it. With that in mind, how exactly did Oetsu just casually use a portal to send Ichigo to the human world and back? Well, anime left this part out, but it was explained in the manga that this is a variation of Senkai that Marine Guards can use. However, it does have a limitation, as the only way it can send someone to the destination and then back to the Soul King Palace is if the exact time was set in advance. Did you know that anime left out one very important detail regarding Oetsu sent Ichigo?
Once you face that fear of losing control, you're liberated. You're free. You're shining light into the darkness of your shadow. And it's illuminated. I don't want anyone to get nervous or scared, but that's this Luciferian aspect. What is Lucifer? It's the light bringer. It's not a demon. It's not a dude with horns and who fell from the sky. That's not what Lucifer is. Lucifer means light bringer. And once you find that spark within yourself, that Luciferian light, you become empowered. You become at peace. You feel that you have the entire world in the palm of your hand because you gave up control, because you shined a light to the darkness. You faced your fears. To me, writing down what was scaring me and why it was scaring me and what I can do to change that fear, it changed my life. Once you...
Who's the top player that you know of?
Can you hear?
Who's the top player that you know of that never really put in the work? It could have been on Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. Now, since he already hates me because I've already put it out there, I'll just keep going That's a good one. From someone who looks. Can the AirPods Pro too?
But words are not China's only weapon in this trade war. They're also using, trade.
China's retaliation now includes suspending exports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including car makers, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers.
China produces 90% of the world's rare earth minerals.
Okay, so rare earth metals are critical. Well, maybe we should have thought that before we launched a trade war against a country that had them all. I mean, where are we going to get our gadolinium now, huh? We're going to buy Congolese gadolinium? That shit's mid. What else are they hitting us with?
China has reportedly told Chinese airlines to stop buying parts from American companies, and it says it will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets.
Come on, you're not going to accept our Boeing jets? Well, good luck finding another plane with self-crashing technology. But words are not China's only weapon in the...
Who do you think is the biggest Bankai spammer in Bleach? In fifth place is Hitsugaya. He used his Bankai version in the air.
Can you pull the video?
Let me get your back number.
You're gonna get assaulted civilian.
This off-duty police officer stepped out of his vehicle, flashed his badge, and then assaulted a civilian for honking at him. The officer drove away from the scene, and the man called the police to report the assault.
Yeah, I was just assaulted by a police officer who punched me in the face through my window.
Rocky Hill police arrived at his residence with a file complaint in hand, ready to take action. Is he pressing charges against me? Like for breach? Yeah, because I yelled out stuff for assault. That's it. I think I did. Maybe a video that you had any red mark on his face, and there's nothing where I can press for breach of peace for yelling at me, whatever it is. I've seen the video, so yeah, I know he didn't get it.
Jimmy, pull the video up.
Here's something that I've never noticed in Devil May Cry 5. In DMC 5, there's a cutscene where Dante is talking to Morrison, but gets interrupted by a phone call.
Devil May Cry.
This is actually a reference to the Devil May Cry anime. In the show, Dante basically had to be a bodyguard for a little girl named Patty. And it looks like since then they've stayed in touch, which probably just means that Patty calls him every couple weeks or so and rambles about her life to him while he pretends to listen.
Well, okay, Morrison, I'll take you up on that gig, but only if you can get me out of that hellish birthday party.
Here's something that I've never noticed.
Everyone thinks elite soldiers need high-tech gear to dominate battlefields, but Norway's legendary mountain troops proved them all wrong. During NATO exercises in 2021, Norway's Jägertroppen faced elite units from 6 countries in brutal Arctic warfare simulation. The mind-blowing part? While American and British forces relied on thermal imaging and night vision, the Norwegians were consistently killing them first. Their secret weapon? An ancient hunting technique called snow ghosting that dates back to Viking times. Instead of high-tech camouflage, they build shallow snow trenches at dawn, let them freeze solid during the day, then occupy them at dusk, becoming completely invisible to even the most advanced thermal sensors. The technique was so effective that U.S. Special Forces commanders demanded immediate training exchanges after being ambushed 17 times in 3 days. A British SAS operator admitted, "We spent millions on tech that got beaten by people lying in frozen holes. Sometimes the old ways are deadly." Everyone thinks elite soldiers need high-tech gear to dominate battlefields, but Norway's legendary mountain troops proved them all wrong. During NATO exercises in 2021, Norway's Jägertroppen faced elite units from 6 countries in brutal Arctic warfare simulation. The mind-blowing part? While American and British forces relied on thermal imaging and night vision, the Norwegians were consistently killing them first. Their secret weapon? An ancient hunting technique called snow ghosting that dates back to Viking times. Instead of high-tech camouflage, they build shallow snow trenches at dawn, let them freeze solid during the day, then occupy them at dusk, becoming completely invisible to even the most advanced thermal sensors. The technique was so effective that U.S. Special Forces commanders demanded immediate training exchanges after being ambushed 17 times in 3 days. A British SAS operator admitted, "We spent millions on tech that got beaten by people lying in frozen holes. Sometimes the old ways are deadly." Everyone thinks elite soldiers...
You awakened the genie of Agrabah. You're entitled to 3 wishes. No more, no less.
I cannot think of a single thing I desire. I have everything I need. I seek nothing more than the happiness of all who set foot in my kingdom.
Ah,
You are in my kingdom, and yet you seem unhappy.
I have served as genie of the lamp for longer than you've been alive. Life as a genie is not as magical as you have been.
Then I know my first wish. I wish you to be free.
Can it be? Am I truly free?
I wish to give my third and final wish to you.
Making a wish comes with a price. And that is why I will never use this wish.
You are a man of wisdom, genie.
You awakened the genie of Agrabah. You're entitled to 3 wishes. No more, no less.
I cannot think of a single thing I desire. I have everything I need. I seek nothing more than the happiness of all who set foot in my kingdom.
Ah,
You are in my kingdom, and yet you seem unhappy.
I have served as genie of the lamp for longer than you've been alive. Life as a genie is not as magical as you have been.
Then I know my first wish. I
If you don't hit me on the first shot, you got no chance, you hear me? My skills and stamina are pretty much tapped out. This barrage doesn't insulate toast. I've got a few ideas for you. What the hell? 40 seconds. This is like these other moves. From base to hell. Involved. Destroy your dragons. What the heck was that? I think I heard shout sky clear or something. Or whatever it's called. It was freaking dirty.
The Seals just treated us really bad. They would make us carry their equipment that they could not carry. We almost got into a big brawl with them. We were on this mission doing a hostage rescue with SEAL 2-6. Up in the mountain somewhere, one of my guys walking up the mountain fell down. He didn't break his leg, but it folded back in, dislocated his tendon, had to carry him out. When we got to the debrief room, there was a bottle of Vagisil that the SEAL guys had placed where he used to sit. And we got into an argument about that. Almost got into a fight. Admiral came in, set us down, had a big speech, and basically said there was way more Rangers. I don't care how badass you guys are. There's like 35 of these guys and a handful of you guys. Probably not going to end up the way you wanted to. So they put up this green fence in between our compound. We had different chow times to eat. And I remember we were going out of Afghanistan to a different place. One of their guys drowned. We came back without the body, and we were told we had to go get that guy. The SEALs just treated us really bad. They would make us...
If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women? Well, that's a whole nother story. I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry. I'm not angry. I can hear it in your voice. I'm not angry. Your voice. I'm hearing my voice, and I sound pretty calm. You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that. Okay. And you're just giving me a condescending look, and that's another reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done. Thank you so much. If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women? Well, that's a whole nother story. I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry. I'm not angry. I can hear it in your voice. I'm not angry. Your voice. I'm hearing my voice, and I sound pretty calm. You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that. Okay. And you're just giving me a condescending look, and that's another reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done. Thank you so much. If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women? Well, that's a whole nother story. I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry. I'm not angry. I can hear it in your voice. I'm not angry. Your voice. I'm hearing my voice, and I sound pretty calm. You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that. Okay. And you're just giving me a condescending book.
You hear
And
this
in other
shit?
words, it's the reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done. Thank you so much. If companies can pay with
The NBA playoffs begin this weekend, so let's fill out a work.
the Punisher had every single Avenger after him, as when he took the War Machine armor and was using it brutally killing villains left and right, the heroes wanted him to hand it right back, which he absolutely refused to do, as we then see Captain Marvel rushing him out of nowhere, telling him to take it off, to which he simply replies, telling her that she just let 4 criminals escape. Frank therefore gives her the fight she seemed to be wanting, while the heroes watched in shock, realizing that this is getting out of hand. He tried hiding away, but Daredevil quickly found him and tried to reason with him, but Frank wasn't trying to hear any of it and therefore blasted him right off. Blitz shot him, but just ended up getting embarrassed with his pizza taken away from him, as Frank then went to one of his hideouts to retreat and see what he could do. But they immediately located him and pulled up on him, telling him to come out, we won't jump you, and so he did only for him to quickly throw them off using a flashbang. The fight goes on for a while with no one being able to stop him or contain him, until Captain Marvel sends him crashing back into his hideout where he could detonate a bomb and get away. He goes on trying to stop multiple villains in their tracks, but some heroes get involved to turn him in, leaving him with no option but to leave once again. Iron Man tries his best to put a stop to him, but all his plans fail until Rhodey himself shows up asking for his suit back, and out of respect, Frank gets out of it and hands it back, but when he gets detained, Fury expressed that how tonight was a win, which just frustrated Frank, as he told Fury that 3 big villains escaped, and yet he considers it a win, that's why he's not on his team. The Punisher had every single Avenger after him, as when he took the War Machine armor and was using it brutally killing villains left and right, the heroes wanted him to hand it right back, which he absolutely refused to do, as we then see Captain Marvel.
So there's an ancient civilization in monster.
The only thing necessary to even the giant is to live in.
What? You ride motorbikes? No, I don't ride motorbikes. Why'd you ask?
Consider the most painful adventure of the world.
What the hell?
Even when you're a monkey, he's really a crazy. That's what you just is getting real slick with that plan and shit. Everybody not gonna play with your ass. We had a walk right outside tonight. When we started to shake off, it was met by 100 individuals outside. He's in fear of his life. He was in fear of his life, and that's what is happening right here tonight. And he may never come back to control.
Yeah, see the donkey dick. The game not just about content. Like Donkey Kong, I'm going to spit on the king of this honky shit. I raise the scream in this honky shit. Don't sit screaming and argue with. Makes no difference whether I've been.
There's a lot of past avatars seen across the story, and each and every one of them aren't just as impressive as the last. But out of the 8 that we currently know of, who's the worst? Well, many would immediately say Karuk, because he died at 33 and only really killed dark spirits during his time as the Avatar. But honestly, I'd have to disagree. You see, he killed all those dark spirits to protect the world and Yang Chen's reputation. He didn't do it because he enjoyed it, he did it because he was the only one who really could. And in fact, just by killing those dark spirits, he was only really killing himself. Because with every kill, he was losing more and more of his vitality, which to me just shows an extreme sense of purpose and character strength. So how can we say he was the worst and the weakest? We just couldn't. So if not him, then who? Well, I think Avatar Roku, the fire avatar that came before Aang. You see, he took a total of 12 years to do what Aang was able to do in less than 1. That is, mastering all 4 elements. He then chose to do what Kyushu would never do, and allow Sozin to live when he threatened the balance in the world, which I remind you resulted in the loss of millions of lives across a 100-year-long war. Sure, he guided Aang in death, but is that really enough to make him better than Karuk? I just don't think so. There's a lot of past avatars seen across the story, and each and every one of them aren't just as impressive as the last. But out of the 8 that we currently know of, who's the worst? Well, many would immediately say Karuk.
What is the Andromeda paradox? Well, the Andromeda paradox is the fact that if you and I are looking at Andromeda, the galaxy, are 2.5 million light years away. What happens is, suppose you're sitting in your chair and I'm running by. And at the second I run by, you both look up at Andromeda. Because I'm moving and you're stationary, we're going to see events that are days apart, even though we're in the same location at the same time. And you relative, and you think that the light relativity, we keep talking.
In this scenario, how far away from me are you when you're running by?
We're in the same place. We're in the same place, essentially. Here's what you would think. You would think the light is arriving right now. We should all be receiving this light. But that's not how it works. Motion changes the perception of time. So how do you define what now is?
Even though you're in the same place.
Even though you're in the same place, yeah.
While we're sitting here, I'm here, you're running by, we look up at the drama at the same time, and we're seeing something days from the same location, essentially. We're seeing things days apart.
Days apart.
And that leads to the idea of what is now, and your now and my now are 2 different now.
There is no now.
No, there is.
What is the Andromeda paradox.
Well, they brought the paradox.
Why can't you run for president?
There's stipulations. You have to get 4 county councils, which are controlled by the government parties, or you have to get 20 nominations of the Oireachtas, which are all mostly party affiliates.
You can't just run for president.
You can't just run for president.
So how is it a democracy?
We are not a democratic country. There will be accountability.
Are you going to do it anyway? You're maybe the most famous living Irishman, and you're saying things that the overwhelming majority of your politicians will not say. What do you think they're going to do to you if you keep talking this way?
They attempt to tarnish as they are and move forward under God.
You're really not afraid at all?
Not in my oath. That is one of my issues here in Ireland and the people of Ireland. The overspending that's going on. This is our public wealth being administered into private hands, enriching people to bring in this influx of illegal mass migration that is changing the fabric of my country. Ireland is very close to losing its Irishness, and we will not let that happen.
Why can't you run for president?
There's stipulations. You have to get 4 county councils, which are controlled by the government parties, or you have to get 20.
So first of all, I don't even want to deal with
Oh, just wondering. I actually don't have a license. I actually don't have a license, so I've never driven before.
AirPods Pro. I was looking at the 10 deadliest snipers of all time. I didn't realize they were female snipers.
Yeah. What's her name?
Pavlichenko?
Pavlichenko.
Oh, you know her?
Yeah. I don't know her, obviously.
You know her?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How many confirmed kills you got? 33?
33 with a sniper rifle.
This woman has 309 confirmed kills.
That's insane.
Like, understand, she 10x you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And nothing much to say about it. Props to her. Props to her. But I'll tell you what, snipers, in my opinion, I think females make some of the best ones. Why? The way they think. I notice it in, like, my wife. They're more particular about things, observant about certain things that we as men may not be observant to. They think differently, just genetically, scientifically, whatever you want to call it. They just are wired differently. It makes them calmer in certain situations. Just overall, I think a calmer sniper would be a female.
I was looking at the 10 deadliest snipers of all time. I didn't realize they were female snipers.
Yeah. What's her name?
Pavlichenko?
Pavlichenko.
Oh, you know her?
Yeah. I don't know her, obviously.
You know her?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How many confirmed kills you got? 33?
33 with a sniper rifle.
This woman has 309 confirmed kills.
That's insane.
Like, understand, she 10x you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And nothing much to say about it. Props to her. Props to her. But I'll tell you what, snipers, in my opinion, I think females make some of the best ones. Why? The way they think. I notice it in, like, my wife. They're more particular about things, observant about certain things that we as...
Just take a look at this, okay, you see the Great Pyramid on the left, right? To scale against some of the tallest buildings that we have in the world. You see the Burj Khalifa on the far right. Now, I've been to the very, very top of the Burj Khalifa. And when you look out, you're looking down, everything, even the skyscrapers look like ants. This makes everything look small, right? But then look at this. This is the Burj Khalifa. Now, based on the measurements of what they discovered in this scan, this is how it measures up to what's beneath the pyramids. The amount of work, labor, technology, engineering, and resources it took to build the Burj Khalifa. Now, take that back thousands of years ago and then try to duplicate that here. I'm just saying, I mean, we're missing something. Something technological, like you always say, Muhammad, is missing from the puzzle. We don't really understand how advanced these people were. They were using machines, sophisticated machines, to do this kind of work. Just take a look at this, Muhammad. Okay, you see?
Crisis is over. We beat the bad guy. And you're still worried because
You just public transportation and taxi.
From which only one person was rebuilt. Not only to
I told you. You die for that. You should have gone to the head.
Where'd you go? Floor. Where'd he go? Steve?
Excuse me, I'm search for my fetus. Oh, really? Sure, I can't find that. I don't need your consent. Yes, that's why. Because that's probable cause. Probable cause. This cop tried to illegally search this man's car. It's treason, a vape pen. And what happens next will make him regret it instantly. Probable cause. It's any. I'm gonna control it. I shut them out, dude. You really want to say that? I showed them all the time. It could be fruit of the poisonous tree opposite. Maybe sure. Good stuff, but didn't get in the car, dude. Get in the car. Please put my job. Get in the car. Alright, you'll get out to my word about the constitutional rights. That's nice, good, buddy. You'll be going to jail tonight. You want to play it that way? I don't even know what I'm being arrested for. You're not under rush. You're the same. You're just saying. Who's got issues? Excuse me, I'm dude, the AirPods cool too. You.
So, hey, you were doing time in this right?
Yeah. So.
How many years did you get? Like, what did you do?
Obviously, I think it's up to 888 years.
Get the hell out of here, you psycho! I'm not driving with freaking Leatherface! Hold on, that's not a sentence. You get for just killing one person. Let me explain. How many people did you murder?
Did you know that they don't understand every time you break out of prison?
And?
Well, I originally got 3 years, but I kept escaping so much that before I knew it, I sentence him for some ridiculous number.
Why did you try to escape so many times?
Let's just say it's an audio guide.
You gotta be kidding me. So, hey, you were doing something.
If you're preyed upon by a psychopath, which you will be to some degree at some point in your life, the psychopath who will be narcissistic will presume that you're stupid and that you deserve to be taken advantage of because you're naive and stupid. So the proof that you're stupid and naive is that he can take advantage of you. Robert Hare, for example, who studied psychopaths for a long time and interviewed a lot of them, like hundreds of them, and videotaped many of the interviews. He said when he was talking to the psychopath, he only believed what they were saying. And then he watched the video afterwards and see where the conversation went off the rails. But, you know, the proclivity to be polite in a conversation is very strong. And if you're polite, you don't object to the way that the person unfolds their strategy, you know. And psychopaths are pretty good at figuring out how to manipulate, obviously, how to manipulate people. And the probability that you will be immune to that is extraordinarily low. But if you're preyed upon by a psychopath, which you will be to some degree at some point in your life, the psychopath who will be narcissistic.
This Marine unit in Iraq never lost a rooftop fight, but it turns out they kept using a trick that no one expected. In Fallujah, Marines were winning rooftop fights so consistently that insurgents started thinking they had extra body armor. But that wasn't the real reason. They had a simple trick that gave them the upper hand. Most firefights happened in tight urban areas where rooftops were key positions. Insurgents would rush to the high ground, thinking they had the advantage. But Marines had a rule: never go up the stairs first. Instead, they used a technique called mouse holing. This is where troops blast a hole through an interior wall, then enter from an unexpected angle. This meant insurgents were always aiming at the wrong spot, giving Marines the first shot every time. This Marine unit in Iraq never lost a rooftop fight, but it turns out they kept using a trick that no one...
Believe it or not, I found this in my car. I mean, it looks just like the GPS tracker that we used with best friend. That's back when we were tracking it. Just you wouldn't know anything about this, would you? You okay? Gotta say, I don't like the way you're looking at me right now. Show me. Drove me traffic to me from that bunch. My bad. He was in the hospital. Those are kids. You like myself. You killed him. But save your son. Bond. Mercy. Burn. That's one of the jail. Wild accusations of you destroy our family. But you shit about family. Stop. Stop doing that. I don't even know. If you didn't know who I am, it was your best corpse would be tread lightly. Believe it or not, I found this in my car. I mean, it looks just like the GPS tracker that we used with best friend. That's back when we were tracking it. Just you wouldn't know anything about this, would you? You okay? Gotta say, I don't like the way you're looking at me right now.
Do you think Daredevil is crazy in this? During a bank heist in New York, Matt Murdock gets caught and becomes one of the hostages. Matt asks Yusuf if he can open the vault. Yusuf admits that he can't open it, despite telling the robber he could. Yusuf reveals the location of the vault. Matt then tells Yusuf that he needs to stall the robber for time when he gets to the vault. Detective Kim communicates with the robber. The robber requests to have 3 APVs given to them in exchange for 2 hostages to be released. The robbers then starts to pick hostages. One woman is chosen, and then Matt Murdock. The woman begs the robber to release her husband. Matt then offers to release her husband in his place. The robber doesn't want to negotiate and thinks Matt is some smartass. Matt tries to clear things up and only wants the husband to be released. The robber gives up and decides to release the married couple. Do you think Daredevil is crazy in this?
There are signs that we're entering a violent stage. I pray that we're not, but it feels like we are. You just can't terribly assassinate.
Well, a month ago, Jamie White, a great reporter, great guy, he worked up there Sunday night till about 9 o'clock. I left, he went home and then got shot through the carotid artery, one shot through his neck, and out the back, and he bled to death.
How old is he?
He was 36. He was on the print hit list along with myself, you, a bunch of other people, and everybody gave a SWAT call. SWAT teams in their houses and their families has been on that list as well.
Which is basically everyone.
Yes. And then, of course, Ukraine tortured American journalist Gonzalo Lira to death and celebrated that. And of course, we have the would-be assassin down in Mar-a-Lago, connected to all these intelligence agencies recruiting hundreds of fighters from Ukraine. I mean, you've seen Alexander Dugin's daughter blown up in front of him in 2022.
In Moscow by the Ukrainians. Murdering a guy's daughter applauded by Anna Applebaum and all the rest of the rulers of the United States effectively because they don't like Alexander Dugin's ideas, so it's okay to murder his daughter. There are signs that we're entering a violent stage. I pray that we're not, but it feels like we are. You just can't terribly assassinate.
Well, a month ago, Jamie White, great reporter, great guy, he worked up there Sunday night till about 9 o'clock. I left, he went home and then got shot through the carotid artery, one shot through his neck, and then out the back, and he bled to death.
How old is he?
He was 36. He was on the print hit list along with myself, you, a bunch of other people, and everybody getting a SWAT call. SWAT teams in their houses and their families has been on that list as well.
Which is basically everyone.
Yes. And then, of course, Ukraine tortured American journalist Gonzalo Lira to death and celebrated that. And of course, we have the would-be assassin down in Mar-a-Lago, connected to all these intelligence agencies recruiting hundreds of fighters from Ukraine. I mean, you've seen Alexander Dugin's daughter blown up in front of him.
I don't mean to be rude, but what's like everybody has a limited amount on this life, but if you're trying to teach everyone something, then everyone's gonna pass away soon, so what's the point?
Oh, existentialism. Uh-oh. Whew. That's another hour. Oh. And this is from the youngest. All right, that's a tough one. Mr. Guru.
I don't mean to be rude, but what's...
This is my second.
Then we found out that later on, LAPD was down there doing some kind of gang surveillance and gang stuff with the Las Vegas Police Department. You would think that the LAPD and they rogue cops that was there may have had something to do with it too. But then when you find out that later on, LAPD.
Did you know that Mr. Incredible, not the Incredible movie, actually has a secret superpower that's never disclosed in the movie? Okay, this is actually crazy. So we know that Mr. Incredible has super strength because he can literally lift anything, but then he also has super durability because on his desk he has that jar of bullets that's in bullets that bounce off my chest. So on the original DVD, there's actually a bonus feature that shows all the rundowns of every superhero in the Incredibles universe and what their powers are. But they never show this in the movie. As kids, I know we had the DVD, but I think I ever saw that in the bonus feature. Right, so if you look at Mr. Incredible's file on the bonus feature, it actually lists all its superpowers. It says mega strength, near invulnerability, but it also has one more superpower that's never disclosed in the movie, and that's the ability to sense imminent danger. But we also see proof of him using this superpower in the movie. Like when he's using it against Bon Voyage, he's able to sense that there's bombs in the wall. So then remember the scene where he's sneaking back in the house, but it's pitch dark, and he's able to sense that Mrs. Incredible is watching watching it. But then it really explains like one of the biggest plots in The Incredibles, and it's why he didn't work with Syndrome when he was younger. Because when he was younger, he actually sensed the danger in him before he even grew up. How did we know this long? Never even happened before going up. This is insane. It's crazy because they never disclosed it in the movie, but there's so much proof of him using it. Did you know that Mr. Incredible, from The Incredible, that's the real harassment like the real recording, bro. Why are you harassing me? What am I doing to you? Because I left the trash in there. Because I left the dog and dog. It's no bad dog. I never moved the dog and dog. Hey, stop. What are you coming at me for? I left that right here. Who's touching you? Who's touching you? You refer to me. You're in my personal space. What do you mean? That's touching. Yes, I do. In my constitution, right now, I'm personal space. What do you mean? I know personal space. You bad dog. I'm a bad dog. You need right. If you know what that is, then you need to fuck those black side. Excuse me? You heard me? For what? Run around. Run around. Let him know. Run around. Run around. Hey, what am I doing? You say we're dedicated right now. After this interaction, the cop was fired from his police department. Do you think he deserved this? Let us know in the comments.
Of course he does.
Do you think America will ever go to China?
No, I don't think we could compete with China on the ground. And if it got to that point,
Correct me if I'm wrong. They have the biggest army in the world.
Oh yeah. With sheer numbers, we would not be able to withstand a battle with China. And based on our previous wars, just absolutely not. And both countries having intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear capabilities. It takes one person to feel like, hey, I'm losing this battle. I'm going to go ahead and nuke it. It could be something, like that. But I think that if China wants to do damage, they could do it without having to fire a shot. It could easily be done electronically. I think our power grid is far outdated and weak. And I think that if a country wants to do anything to us, it's going to be through electronics, hacking, and has the capabilities to do so. All it takes is to shut down our power grid, and it's all she really.
Do you think America will ever go to China?
No, I don't think we could compete with China on the ground. And if it got to that point,
Correct me if I'm wrong. They have the biggest army in the world.
Oh yeah. With sheer numbers, we would not be able to withstand a battle with China. And based on our previous
turn up
wars,
so they can hear.
absolutely not. And both countries having intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear capabilities. It takes one person to feel.
I swear, in my opinion,
The what?
Oh, you can't go outside. They're seeing what I'm seeing.
it seems like don't get hurt. He go. You know what? No, explain, bro. I'm not mad at you. Explain. That's why I see like almost every day with my papa, bro. This was doing amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. So when him and Kobe was going at it, bro, and before he got hurt, I damn near had him over. It's Kobe. I damn near had him over Kobe for it. It's a question. It was a question. It was a question. It was a conversation. Yeah, but T-Mac got beat. Just leave it around. I gotta take KB. I'm not mad at you for feeling that way. Kobe and T-Mac, but at one point, it was close. It was conversation. I ain't gonna lie, it was definitely a conversation. I asked with T-Mac. I seen that T-Mac episode. I swear to God,
What more, guys? Bro, how many times have you eaten here in the last 5 years? I don't know, 6 or 7. I think it's more than that. 11 times. Most people consider themselves blessed if they eat here on their own. Mr. Lieberman, kindly name one dish you ate the last time you were here. 11 times you take the boat out here where we introduce every dish, every single time. We tell you exactly what we're feeding you. Please tell me one dish you ate the last time you were here. One, please. Cod. It wasn't cod, you donkey. It was halibut. Rare and spotted halibut. What was it now? It matters to the halibut, Mrs. Lieberman, and to the artist whose work turns to shit inside your gut. I've allowed my work to reach the price point where only the class of people in this room can access it. And I've been fooled in trying to satisfy people who can never be satisfied. How many times have you eaten here in the last 5 years? I don't know, 6 or 7.
I think it's more than that.
11 times. Most people consider themselves blessed if they eat here all they want. Mr. Lieberman, kindly name one dish you ate for with you.
6'7" elite high school basketball player Tony Farmer is seen here throwing away his future as he attacks his ex-girlfriend in the lobby of her apartment building. The 17-year-old was on the path to playing college basketball when he pleaded guilty to his crimes. Although his ex asked the court not to send Tony to prison, the judge decided otherwise.
The defendant shall serve a term of 3 years, which is the minimum on count 1 of that. As to count 2 in that case, felonious assault, a felony of the 2nd degree, it is ordered that the defendant shall serve a term of 2 years in prison on that count. As to count 3 of that case, robbery, which is also a felony of the 2nd degree, the court orders that the defendant shall serve a term of 2 years on that case as well.
Tony Farmer served 3 years and resumed his basketball career following his release. 6'7" elite high school basketball player.
Let it simmer, slowly, let it cook. It's so good. I don't know if it's cooked, but you know it. It's tremendous, guys. It's tremendous.
I was pulling outside security in Iraq when this dude just like shows up on target, walks up and starts talking to me, and I look over to see he's wearing multicam, and I must have multicam. Here's my question. It's on secure. Where's your second fire? I turn on my laser, and like 2 seconds later, the guy on the right corner of the building turns on his laser, so our laser goes like that. He's like, right. He just gets up and walks away. He's like, who the who's this guy? And then it like clicks. Holy shit, this is the A-team. This is like the most elite fighting force on the planet. I was pulling outside security in Iraq when this dude just like shows up on target, walks up and starts talking to me, and I look over to see he's wearing multicam, and I must have multicam.
This cop showed up at this guy's door in the middle of the night. He had no warrant, just bad intentions instead. But the owner knew his rights and sent him packing. So the next day, the cop sent another genius. No warrant again, just more pressure. And the day after, yet another one. But watch how over and over the guy shuts them down and sends these big-brain wordsmith geniuses packing.
Sure, Clark.
You give me a hand job? What?
John, here's the wrong green.
Hand job?
And green.
Hand job.
I am green.
Sheriff give hand job? You suck. Yes, come again.
Yeah. Bag.
Private property.
Oh, God. Law enforcement is not.
Do you have a warrant?
Or do not.
Leave the property. This is private property.
Okay, it's awful.
Doesn't matter, leave the property.
I'll get you later. Good luck.
This cop showed up at this guy's door in the middle of the night. He had no warrant, just bad intentions instead. But the owner knew his rights and sent him packing. So the next...
She called it a red flag, but his response flipped everything.
It's less about being a red flag and more about being a liability. If I were to bring you into my life, you would be a liability. You can't teach me anything. You can't help me with my finances in any way. You can't add any intellectual anything into my life. And if you're not already on that path,
I'm already on it.
you're absolutely right. I don't know nothing about you. You said you've had Airbnb
No, look at
property.
the other girls back.
I can tell that you're triggered, and that's okay.
I'm not triggered, sweetheart.
And this is why your immaturity will prevent you from being with a real man. Next contestant, please.
She called it a red flag, but his response flipped everything.
It's less about being a red flag and more about being a liability. If I were to bring you into my life, you would be a liability. You can't teach me anything. You can't help me with my finances in any way. You can't add any intellectual anything into my life. And if you're not already on that path,
I'm already on it.
you're absolutely right. I don't know nothing about you. You said you've had Airbnb
No, look
property.
at the other girls back.
I can tell that you're triggered, and that's okay.
I'm not triggered, sweetheart.
And this is why your immaturity will prevent you from being with a real man. Next contestant, please.
She called it a red flag.
AirPods Pro 2.
Russia was so paranoid that the United States was going to launch a preemptive nuclear attack against it. They created a system whereby ground sensors would be able to determine nuclear bombs hitting the Russian soil. And if they weren't hearing from the nuclear command and control, so the idea being that the nuclear command and control had been taken
Oh, the
out
dead
in
hand
preemptive
man.
nuclear strike, the dead hand system would launch all of Russia's remaining nuclear weapons without even needing a hand to push the button, hence the name the dead hand. It set up a system to launch no matter what, even if we're all dead. Like, don't you dare launch at us, or even our own dead hand will get you. Russia was so paranoid that the United States was going to launch a preemptive nuclear attack against it. They created a system whereby ground sensors would be able to determine nuclear bombs hitting the Russian soil. And if they weren't hearing from the nuclear command and control, so the idea being that the nuclear command and control had been taken out in this preemptive nuclear strike, the dead hand system would launch all of Russia's remaining nuclear weapons without even needing a hand to push the button, hence the name the dead hand. It set up a system to launch no matter what, even if we're all.
Do you want something that's going to blow your mind? The legend of Noah's Ark and the flood. I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. Something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. That could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen. Do you want something that's going to blow your mind? The legend of Noah's Ark and the flood. I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. Something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals.
They ask you why you say something very, you say that how much does a whale weigh? Well, a whale weighs nothing. It's neutrally buoyant swimming in the water. You have to ask how much mass does it have? It's why the biggest animals that ever existed in the water. They don't have to hold up their own weight against the gravity on Earth's surface. The whale is the biggest creature that ever existed in the history of life on Earth because its density is about the same as water. If you are less than water, you would have to use energy to stay underwater because the water won't make it float.
Which is happens.
Well, if you're chubbier, your body will float, and it will take energy to go down below. If you are more dense than water, it will sink to the bottom, and it will take energy to stay afloat. If you're about the same density as water, you can move through the water with the ease of a trapeze. How much does a whale weigh? Well, a whale weighs nothing. It's neutrally buoyant swimming in the water. You have to ask how much mass does it have? It's why the biggest animals that ever existed in the water. They don't have to hold up their own weight against the gravity on Earth's surface. The whale is the biggest creature that ever existed in the history of life on Earth because its density is about the same as water. If you are less than water, you would have to use energy to stay underwater because the water won't make it float.
Which just happens.
Well, if you're chubbier, your body will float, and it will take energy to go down below. If you are more dense than water, it will sink to the bottom, and it will take energy to stay afloat. If you're about...
You tweeted on social media, Ireland, we're at war.
Yeah.
You obviously are. What was the reaction from the government to that tweet?
I was the scapegoat. An incident happened where an Algerian visitor or citizen in an Irish passport, or so we believe. The information is very is not fully revealed.
You could never get a straight answer from these people.
Never get a straight answer. Actually, children were stabbed inside of an Irish school on Parnell Street, and a teacher was stabbed trying to fight them off, and then an Irishman jumped in, and then an immigrant from Brazil jumped in, and together they wrestled them down, and then it was, hide it and blame my tweets as the reason it kicked off, and that's kind of what we're dealing with.
Wait, an Algerian stabbed Irish children, but it was your fault.
Pretty much was kind of what the rhetoric was, yes.
You tweeted on social media, Ireland, we're at war.
Yeah.
You obviously are. What was the reaction from the government to that tweet?
I was the scapegoat. An incident happened where an Algerian visitor or citizen in an Irish passport, or so we believe. The information is very is not fully revealed.
You can never get a straight answer from these people.
Never get a straight answer. Our children were stabbed outside of an Irish school on Parnell Street, and a teacher started trying to fight them off, and then an Irishman jumped in, and then an immigrant from Brazil jumped in, and together they wrestled them down, and then it was, hide it and blame my tweets as the reason it kicked off, and that's kind of what we're dealing with.
Wait, an Algerian stabbed Irish children, but it was your fault.
This jacket was a little too baggy on speed. You saw the left and right. But on me, it fits perfectly. He told me Chongqing's got one of the best vacuums in China. I don't know about this, right? You beat a judge. Look how beautiful it is. Look how beautiful. Don't you?
I'm not giving you permission to record me. Okay? I'm telling you that right now. So you can record, your phone's going to be taken away with the evidence.
When the supervisor gets here, I would love for you to say that. No, I somehow nothing's going to be seriously, not allowed to report anybody public director on that. You guys are all public servants. And also director on that. Where? She said I'm going to let her report. She said she'll take my phone and let her. Yeah, that's legal, correct? I have the right to report anything on the property. I do, right? I can report it's all right. I'm reporting you. Oh, yeah. I can offer a report, right? Making sure you don't know.
I'm not giving you permission.
Because he's sitting on the right hand of the Father, and he sent the Holy
Do Ichigo's sisters have the same powers as he does? We know that it was only after Rukia stabbed Ichigo with his Zanpakuto that he awakened his Soul Reaper powers. However, it was later confirmed that Rukia only worked as a trigger, and that the only reason Ichigo could use those powers was because he already inherited them from his father. This was also the case for his Quincy side too. Thanks to his mom, Ichigo always possessed Quincy powers, but they were dormant until coming in contact with Kyoto's jail forcefully awakened them, meaning that Yuzu and Karin should also be Shinigami and Quincy pilots. However, the Kurosaki family hologenes are a different story. Some fans believe that because of what Urahara said in this scene, that not only Ichigo, but also his sisters should have inherited a chunk of light. But there is proof that that's actually not the case. Let's not forget the Ishin's powers that kept White in check all those years for both Masaki and Ichigo. So if Karin and Yuzu really did have some of that hollow juice, Ishin still would have regained his powers. Do Ichigo's sisters have the same powers as he does? We know that it was only after Rukia stabbed Ichigo with her Zanpakuto that he awakened his Soul Reaper powers. However, it was later...
AirPods. In the movie 0 Dark 30, they brought the woman over to the launch body, and it was like a moment of pause, and they opened it, she looked, she was all thoughtful, and she cried. That's not at all what happened. Here's what happened. The guy that was in front of me to go up the stairs into the launch room, we're like, hey man, you and I need to talk. And we go over in the corner, and he's like, what the happened? She found us, I don't know. And then he looks over to the woman that found the body and said, she gave up her life for this. She doesn't have a husband, she doesn't have kids, and she's been working on this 20 hours a day for years. You gotta go give her something. But yeah, you're right. I walked over to her. I pulled the magazine out of the gun. I checked the last round out. And I said, "You have room for this new backpack?" And she said, "I think I do." And then I said, "You have something to show you." Being the arrogant agency, I'm gonna think of something cool to say. So we're walking over to the body, and I thought this would have been good enough. I looked down and I said, "Is that your guy?" And she looked down for a second. And went, I guess I'm out of a fucking job. In the movie 0 Dark 30, they brought the woman over to the launch body, and it was like a moment of pause, and they opened it, she looked, and she was all thoughtful, and she cried. That's not at all what happened. Here's what happened. The guy that was in front of me to go up the stairs into the launch room, we're like, hey man, you and I need to talk. And we go over to the corner, and he's like, what happened? So maybe she found us, I don't know. And then he looks over to the woman that found the body and said, she gave up her life for this. She doesn't have a husband, she doesn't have kids, and she's been working on this 20 hours a day for years. You gotta go give her something. But yeah, you're right. I walked over to her. I pulled the magazine.
There is only one, and I am that. I have no name, yet every name points to me. Call me energy, God, awareness. I am all of it. All that is arises from this one. What is not this does not exist. I am in everything. In the stir of a dust mote, in the spin of galaxies. Not outside, not within. I am being itself, present in all things. I am not apart from life or death. The earth's breath, the moon's stillness, they are me. I appear in every face, in every moment, and yet I am so often missed. For the mind seeks temples, while I am the silence in each one. Belief or doubt, both look to me. And in the final moment, all fall into me. They speak of me, argue about me, paint me in images while I remain the quiet behind the door. Now through this voice I remind you, do not look outward, look inward. I am where you least expect, within yourself. Look into another's eyes, and you will see them. Accept them, and there will be no other, for there is only one, and I am that. There is only one, and I am that. I have no name, yet every name points to me. Call me energy, God, awareness. I am all of it. All that is arises from this body. What is not this does not exist. I am in everything. In the stir of a dust mote, in the spin of galaxies. Not outside, not within. I am being itself, present in all things. I am not apart from life or death. The earth's breath, the moon's stillness, they are me. I appear in every place, in every moment, and yet I am so often missed. For the mind sits tempered while I am the silence in which belief or doubt both look to me. And in the final moment, all fall into me. They speak of me, argue about me, paint me in images while I remain the quiet behind it all. Now through this voice I remind you, do not look outward, look inward. I am where you least expect, within yourself. Look into another's eyes, and you will see them. Accept them, and there will be no other, for there is only one, and I am that.
Honestly, I'm actually shocked.
Oh, really? Here come the excuses. Not at all.
I'm saying I'm actually shocked you would ever have thought you could beat me with this loser shit. Hey there, we. This is the third time we met, right? And you still underestimate the hell out of me. I'll kill you first. Come on, I'll bring it. What's wrong? After all, you're the ones who said not to run, right? Are you sure about this? I don't think this asparagus has the energy left in its skin that Honestly, I'm actually shocked.
Oh, really? Here come the excuses. Not at all.
How has no one noticed that the Avengers logos all have something hidden in plain sight? And honestly, it might actually spoil the upcoming Avengers movies, because the first Avengers movie sees aliens coming from space, and the logo was blue, like the space film. Age of Ultron involves Scarlet Witch distorting people's reality, and the logo is red, like the reality stone. Infinity War's plot revolves around Vision, and the logo is yellow, like the Mind Stone. Endgame showcases Thanos' full merciless power, and the logo is purple, like the Power Stone. Now, spoiler warning, for Avengers Doomsday, Robert Downey Jr. is returning, but he's from a different timeline, and the logo is green, like the Time Stone. But for Secret Wars, we know there will be a big multiversal event, and possibly returning characters who have died in the past, so the logo is orange, like the Soul Stone. How has no one noticed that the Avengers logos all have something hidden in plain sight? And honestly, it might actually spoil the upcoming Avengers movies, because the first Avengers movie sees aliens coming from space, and the logo is blue, like the space film. You don't ask directly for what you want to mean. Instead, you create unspoken agreements. If I'm always there for her, she should prioritize me. Or, if I work harder than everyone else, the boss should notice and reward me. Or, if I'm a supportive friend, then they should reciprocate when I need them. But here's the problem. No one else signed those contracts. They don't know the terms. They can't read your mind. So when they inevitably break the agreement, you feel let down, even betrayed. The thing is, you never even gave them the chance to agree to anything. You set everyone up to fail, including yourself. Bring her morning coffee, hoping she'll start showing you more affection. But you never say that's what you want. You don't ask directly for what you want to mean. Instead, you create unspoken agreements. If I'm always there for her, she should prioritize me. Or, if If I work harder than everyone else, the boss should notice and reward me.
Did you know that after the war, Kenpachi became so strong that he was able to withstand Hado number 96 without getting any injury? Similarly, here are the top 3 terrifying feats that Kenpachi accomplished in the light novels. Number 1. In the fight against Hikone, not only did he cut through a Soul King candidate's Zero, but he also slashed through Hikone's Hiero and Luke Bena combined defense with just his Asauchi effortlessly. Number 2. In the fight against Sayeliporo's clone, when he used his doll technique to crush Kenpachi's organs, he failed because Kenpachi's body was too strong to be crushed by his technique. He also withstood Hado number 96, which Old Man Yama used against Diddy Aizen. Number 3. In the fight against Hikone, who was using Sonido, Flash Step, Hirenkyaku, and Bringer Light, which is Fullbringer's Flash Step, all combined together, Kenpachi was still faster than him. He also blindsided Ikumi Kitamoe, who had defeated young Yama back in the day. Did you know that after the war, Kenpachi became so strong that he was able to
Kenpachi's an
withstand
animal.
Hado number 96 without getting any injury? Similarly, here are the top 3 terrifying feats that Kenpachi accomplished in the light novels. Number 1. In the fight against Hikone, not only did he cut through a Soul King candidate's Zero, but he also slashed through Hikone's Hiero and Luke Bena combined defense with just his Asauchi effortlessly. Number 2. In the fight against Sayeliporo's clone, when he used his doll technique to crush Kenpachi's organs, he failed because Kenpachi's body was too strong to be crushed by his technique. He also withstood Hado number 96, which Old Man Yama used against Diddy Aizen. Number 3. In the fight against Hikone, who was using Sonido, Flash Step, Hirenkyaku, and Bringer Light, which is Fullbringer's Flash Step, all combined together, Kenpachi was still faster than him. He also blindsided Ikumi Kitamoe, who had defeated young Yama back in the day. Did you know that after the war, Kenpachi became so...
This was the rumor. They came to Michael. They really needed Michael. Like, they came to Michael and, like, David Stern and Libertine, they came to Michael and said, yo, Mike, we really need you, like, we need for you just to go. And Mike said, all right, I will play only if Isaiah's not the team.
Man, so you really said that.
He said that to him. And the advantage was like, I'm cool with that. And then what's really crazy is, you know, God rest his soul with the coach. He had trouble. He had trouble with that because he wanted his guy on the team, Chuck Davis. He had trouble. But he knew it was a business too, and he wanted to be that first person to get that goal for the dream team and everything. So he had to be okay with it, but he wasn't okay with it. This was the rumor. They came to Michael.
Science has been so successful that sometimes we start thinking that science is like actually the only way of getting at truth. And that belief is called scientism. Science is the only way to truth. And the funny thing about scientism, science is the only way to truth, is that it's self-contradictory. Because that statement, science is the only way to truth, given its times. So we have to be honest and say, well, science is good at what it's at the things it's good at, but it can't get you everywhere, right? Science can't ever speak to questions of morality. It can't get you the fundamental questions. Why does the universe make sense? Why does the universe follow ordinary mathematical laws? Why do I have a mind that's able to understand those ordinary mathematical laws that underlie the universe? Like, science can't answer any of those questions. Those are assumptions. And one thing that I find to be really, really comforting is the fact that those are all assumptions that are very much at home in a Christian worldview. And that's actually why almost all people scientists were Christian. Science has been so successful that sometimes we start thinking that science is like actually the only way of getting at truth. And that belief is called scientism. Science is the only way to truth. And the funny thing about scientism, science is the only way to truth, is that it's self-contradictory. Because that statement, science is the only way to truth, given its times. So we have to be honest and say, well, science is good at what it's at the things it's good at, but it can't get you everywhere, right? Science can't ever speak to questions of morality. It can't get you the fundamental questions.
The Easter Island enormous statues being dug deeper and deeper and deeper, but the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. The dark bit is the bit that was above ground, and then it goes down 30 feet underground. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. And the issue is, on this tiny island, if this thing is only 700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation in just 700 years? This deep burial of these statues by natural sedimentation is a problem. It's a chronological problem that speaks to these statues being much older than we imagine.
The Easter Island enormous statues, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. The dark bit is the bit that was above ground, and then it goes down 30 feet underground. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. And the issue is, on this tiny island, if this thing is only 700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation in just 700 years? This deep burial of these statues by natural sedimentation is a problem. It's a chronological problem that speaks to these statues being much older than we imagined. The Easter Island enormous statues, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. The dark bit is the bit that was above ground, and then it goes down 30 feet underground. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. And the issue is, on this tiny island, if this thing is only 700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation in just 700 years? This deep burial of these statues. The Easter Island enormous statues, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. The dark bit is the bit that was above ground, and then it goes down 30 feet underground. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. And the
Both of these guys came back in the 1,000-year War. However, it was only 6 months after the Great Battle with the In the light novels, we learn about a hybrid named Hukla who attacked Wiccamundo and was defeated by a group of armed guards from Quincy. But since he couldn't escape, Grimjoe followed it to the Soul Society to finish up the fight. This is where things got hectic as a bunch of different parties got involved, and one of these groups was formed of Kuratsuchi zombies. The moment Lupi felt Grimjoe's presence, he used the opportunity to engage him into a long-awaited rematch. Now it was well established that both of these characters got quite a bit stronger compared to their first exchange. Lupi was modified by Kuratsuchi, while Grimjoe underwent some heavy training and even consumed more horrors. It was also stated that the only reason Grimjoe one-tapped him the last time was because it was a sneak attack. That said, even with his new and modified body, Lupi was no match for Kurosaki's biggest hater. It would be no stretch to say that Grimjoe had an upper hand even before using his resurrection, but the gap became even more obvious after he finally decided to utilize it, with even Kuratsuchi's poison not changing that fact. Unfortunately, we never got to see the outcome due to outside intervention. Did you know that Lupi and Grimjoe finally got to have their rematch? Both of these guys came back.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. Box.
Fat Joe says you do more than that.
Fat Joe.
He told me to tell you there are moles in the garden.
So what I should do with them?
All the exterminate.
That's a social. Yeah.
And this is a suitcase filled with 50,000 in unmarked bills for putting it in your cabin.
It says items, not folders of items.
There's another suitcase for letting me use your back room to talk to the buyer.
You got a lot of suitcases.
You know who I am?
Yeah. Guy with a lot of suitcases.
How many will it take for you to circulate the boat?
To have the item? Or you're just using me to smoke out the guy who wants to buy it?
4 suitcases, no questions, and you throw in the mental clock. I'm a sucker for the number. Good afternoon.
I was a part of my entire statue process. It doesn't look like me. It was never going to look like me, but you want the version of it as close as possible. It's different in clay than it is when it gets bronze. When you design it in clay, it looks soft. All your facial expressions are soft, but when you put that bronze on it, hard to. Also, I keep telling people mine has had to be bronze even extra because mine is in Miami with that sun and that water. And so I was like, this can't be about how I look. This has to be about a moment, about expression. You pull up to my statue, you know what that moment is. That's what the statue has to be about. It can't be about me trying to look good. I was a part of my entire statue process. It doesn't look like me. It was never going to look like me, but you want the version of it as close as possible. It's different in clay than it is when it gets bronze. When we design it in clay, it looks soft. All your facial expressions are soft, and when you put that bronze on it, hard to. Also, I keep telling people mine has had to be bronze even extra because mine is in Miami with that sun and that water. And so I was like, this can't be about how I look. This has to be about a moment, about expression. You pull up to my statue, you know what that moment is. That's what the statue has to be about. It can't be about me trying to look good. I was a part of my entire statue process. It doesn't.
But this was much bigger than Takashi. This was the weight of Chicago. This is all new different. Clean it up.
Where did you
Why did Soka Nishida prefer Quincy Let's Still over Quincy Full Standing, which doesn't make any sense? Well, if you pay attention during the fight between Kilga and Ichigo, Kilga mentions that Quincy Full Standing was invented 200 years ago, and it's a superior version of Quincy Let's Still. But Soka Nishida was the only one who rejected our inventions and stuck with the Let's Steal technique, which doesn't make any sense because the Let's Steal can only be used once by sacrificing your Quincy power, and it's not even as effective as Full Standing, and you can also spam Full Standing any time. Well, there are two reasons for it. First, as we all know, it was later revealed that Soken was friendly towards Shinigamis and wanted to stop Quincy King, so it makes sense that he didn't want Quincy's to become more powerful. Second, if you pay attention during the 1,000-year Blood War arc, Mustache King was able to activate other Quincy's Volständig forcefully, even though they didn't want to, like Bambi's, and he could also strip off their Volständig power anytime, even if you evade the striking light of Auswählen. Why did Soka Nishida prefer Quincy Let?
I don't really care for the day, but it's just a weird thing with a lot of people. Yeah, one guy got shot in the eye, Army captain got hit through the arm. I got a Marine next to me now, not doing well. To the point where he started losing consciousness, medevacs, all denied. What do you mean denied? Why? We have U.S. military personnel that are shot and need to be medevaced immediately. Negative denied. Wait, what the fuck's going on? So I go to Steve, I'm like, hey, how can we get this dude out of here? We're running low on ammo, running low on food, we need to get these guys out of here. And he's like, well, I don't know what's going on, Trav, but this is weird. He goes, I've never seen medevacs denied like this. I said, what if he flies up back and go get more supplies and come right back? And he's like, what do you mean? I said, me and you jump in our bird, put his ex, strap him down in the front seat, flies back to the cast, drop him off, hop over the pad, which is right next door, reload, refit, and me and you fly right back down. He said, Travis, if I get shot, we're dead. So I understand that I'll take left side and support you, protect you best I can. And he goes, we're doing it. So me and Steve single-handedly loaded, got the front seat, strapped him down. We booked out of there as fast as we could. Threw his on the stretcher with all the medics that came out, pat him on chest. Said, you gonna be good, brother? We had one guy get shot in the eye. Army captain got hit.
How much do you think that's still?
How much do I see?
Waste.
Do I think law enforcement and intel agencies massage and shape news coverage? I think to an overwhelming.
How many of those are agents replaced those fields?
He was a naval intel officer who was detailed to the Nixon White House before he suddenly reemerges a year later as a reporter for the Washington Post, the scrappy newspaper of the nation's capital.
I think the organization
Yes, they were at least landly mediocre, who should make him perfectly qualified to serve the government. So yes, that's evidence against him. It's also we know from the Twitter files that there were intel agents from not just this country, but other countries looking at their period, reading your direct messages and censoring your opinion.
How much do you think that's still?
How much do I see?
Waste.
Do I think law enforcement and intel agencies massage and shape news coverage? I think to an overwhelming.
How many of those are agents replaced those fields?
He was a naval intel officer who was detailed to the Nixon White House before he suddenly reemerges a year later as a reporter for the Washington Post, the scrappy newspaper of the nation's capital. Yes, he could were at least landly mediocre, who should make him perfectly qualified to serve the government. So yes, that's evidence against him. It's also we know from the Twitter files that there were intel agents from not just this country, but other countries working at their period, reading your direct messages and censoring your opinion.
How much do you think that's still?
How much? I take my son's phone from him, which is the worst thing that you can do to a child. Taking a kid's phone is detrimental to a child's lifestyle. I said, give me the phone. Give me the phone. You're not getting the phone back until you get your shit together. I snatched the phone. He broke down. He said, come on, daddy, don't do me like that. He started moving, don't do me like that, daddy. Don't give me the goddamn phone. You're not getting the phone back till you get your shit together. I go through the phone, people, I realize I don't have the code. I don't got thumbprint, the face ID, nothing. So I gotta go back to this little nigga and ask him to put the goddamn code in the phone. Boy, put the code in the phone before I punch you in the fucking throat. That's what I said. I said that. He took off running. Like he don't live in this house. Like I'm not gonna see him at the dinner table in 10 minutes. All I heard was, fuck you! I start choking the shit out of my son. What the fuck you saying, man? He couldn't breathe. He said, that's the code. The code is fuck you. I take my son's phone from him, which is the work.
This, have you ever looked at keto, Fenty? Oh, yeah, I've studied keto for something. You haven't go video on it for maybe doing anything. You friends with Steven Seagal? Yeah? Steven Seagal? I'll do that. What? Steven Seagal, did he tell you to get away from? He may be a wannabe. I'm sorry, I referenced that. He's a wannabe. The wannabe is the one with the attitude. Or maybe wannabe again. But he's a wannabe that will never be. See, because guys with that attitude, there's no any good for me. If you ever French Spirit those stuff or anything, they weren't there. That man thing is really rocking kind of guy. And he projects. There's no love for that. You know. So you can see what you're trying to say. Here's over his whole life. Really? Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, that's too bad. For martial artists, that's what makes it bad. For martial artists, it kind of surprises me. They have like that keto, man.
People don't even talk about Sirius. It has the most fresh water on any other planet in our solar system.
Where's its location?
That's the next planet after Mars. Sirius.
Really?
Ceres.
How big is it?
It's about maybe 2/3 smaller than Mars. And guess what?
Dwarf planet. It falls in orbit between Mars and Jupiter near the middle of the asteroid belt with an orbital period.
When they flew by it,
You heard about this before? I didn't know there's other planet out there.
Listen, when they flew by it years ago, the lights were on. They sent the probe out there.
Right.
The lights were on. And so they started trying to say it was ice particles glistening in the sunlight. So when they got to the dark side, guess what? The lights were on the dark side. So they couldn't use the ice particle explanation anymore. So they just said, we don't know what it is. People don't even talk about Sirius. It has the most fresh water on any other planet in our solar system.
What's its location?
That's the next planet after Mars. Ceres.
Really?
Ceres.
How big is it?
It's
I called it up to our ground force commander, and he's like, anybody with weapons, and his team is a threat, engaged. I remember looking at my spotter, we're gonna smoke these dudes before they start shooting at us. Took the shot, my first shot missed, but I remember the weakness of and the smell of when you first fire that round, and you've got a clean weapon, it's oiled up, and you get that gas blowback. I was shooting an SR-25, but shot the first guy, first shot missed, hit him the second time, went down to the second guy, and my spotter picked up the third guy, and I remember it was 300 Flint mag, and it felt good, but it also didn't feel like it was real. My first time shooting a three-dimensional moving human target, I was not expecting, I don't know, it just felt weird normally with the machine gun, it's more bullets, so with the AR or M4, it's way more, but just putting one round and watching the body go down, it was weird. It was weird, but it felt good to know that I was like doing my job, and hey, I don't ever like to say, I called it up to our ground force commander, and he's like, anybody with weapons, and his team is a threat, engaged. I remember looking at my spotter, they're gonna smoke these dudes before they start shooting at us. Took the shot, my first shot missed, but I remember the weakness of and the smell of when you first fire that round, and you've got a clean weapon, it's oiled up, and you get that gas blowback. I was shooting an SR-25, and shot the first guy, first shot missed, hit him the second time, went down to the second guy, and I spotted, picked up the third guy, and I remember it was 300 Flint mag, and it felt good, but it also didn't feel like it was real. My first time shooting a three-dimensional moving human target, I was not expecting, I don't know, it just felt weird. Normally with the AirPods Pro 2, really gonna be thrown by me, the power of these Pro 2? Let's not.
Did you know that Ichigo only addresses certain people politely, but the reason is pretty weird and funny? In Japanese culture, it's normal to use honorifics with people you aren't particularly close to. I'm sure you've heard of a few before, like Ichigo-kun or Ichigo-san, and only after two people reach a certain level of intimacy do they stop using them. However, in Ichigo's case, the reason is a bit different. Do you remember how Ichigo started addressing Byakuya without honorifics after the fight in Sokyoku Hill? There was even that funny scene in Squad 4 Barracks while Byakuya was recovering. One would assume he dropped the honorifics because of their fight, but that's not it. Ichigo didn't use honorifics with Toshiro either when he and lieutenants showed up in his school. However, he did address Matsumoto as Rakiku-san. But why is that? Well, Kubo said that Ichigo drops honorifics with people he considers youngsters. So for Ichigo's sake, let's just hope Rakiku doesn't find out about that. Did you know that Ichigo only addresses certain people politely, but the reason is pretty weird and funny? In Japanese culture, it's normal to use honorifics with people you aren't particularly close to. I'm sure you've heard of a few before, like Ichigo-kun or Ichigo-san, and only after two people reach a certain level of intimacy do they stop using them. However, in Ichigo's case, the reason is a bit different. Do you remember how Ichigo started addressing Byakuya without honorifics after the fight on Tsukioku-go? There was even that funny scene in Squad 4 barracks while Byakuya was recovering. One would assume he dropped the honorifics because of that fight, but that's not it. Ichigo didn't use honorifics with Toshiro either when he and lieutenants showed up in the school. However, he did address Matsumoto as Rakiku-san. But why is that? Well, Kubo said,
Like my demonstration, I want you guys to fucking 320. Yep. God damn it. Get this gun, salt and rage. Don't bring it back on the
Now, this video got a bit of a mixed reaction. There are those that have criticized the way the instructor handled this. It seems like his main concern was what kind of gun was shooting, and not so much the safety of the students. Now, to be fair, the instructor has since posted a video going over the whole situation, talking about how after the video cuts, he stops the class to make sure everyone's okay before calling a break. Now, there's those who, I'll be honest, do have a point of view. Say, please take full accountability and say, hey, look, we fucked up. There is no reason why any modern farm in the year of 2025 should be going off by itself.
Like my demonstration, I want you guys to fucking 320. Yep. God damn it. Get this gun, salt and rage. Don't bring it back on the ring.
Now, this video got a bit of a mixed reaction.
Answer, click. Going back on my window. Look up. Roll that behind him. I don't know why, but I rolled the window down. He like, get out the car. And I said, huh? And when I said, huh? He looked at me, he said, look, I can't even do it to you, bro. I got too much love. He said, man, I just got out of jail. All I got to do done. And the bus told me to get home, bro. I ain't got nothing to do. I said, look, bro, it's the McDonald's right there. Meet me at the McDonald's. I'd like to after click.
Here's the truth about India. India has two of the best intelligence services in the world. One of them is the research and analysis wing, which is their foreign relation wing. The other is their interpretation wing. The problem is that we know about India's intelligence capabilities because 80% of their effort goes into Pakistan. So RAW in India and ISI Pakistan are spending almost all of their resources on Malaysia. India is so powerfully pragmatic that they have found a way to be America's ally and China's ally and Russia's ally while they're increasing their GDP, increasing their consumption, and increasing their population. All three things that make for a very stellar future. Right now, India's doing everything right. Nobody really talks about them except when the U.S. press talks about them. They talk about them in a negative way. Like, we can't rely on India. They don't back us anymore. It's like, no, India's backing India. Yeah. Which is exactly how a country is supposed to operate. Here's the truth about India. India has two of the best intelligence services in the world. One of them is the research and analysis wing, which is their foreign relation wing. The other is their interpretation wing. The problem is that nobody knows about India's intelligence capabilities because 80% of their effort goes into Pakistan. So RAW in India and ISI Pakistan are spending almost all of their resources on each other. India is so powerfully pragmatic that they have found a way to be America's ally and China's ally and Russia's ally while they're increasing their GDP, increasing their consumption, and increasing their population. All three things that make for a very stellar future. Right now, India's doing everything right. Nobody really talks about them except when U.S. press talks about them. They talk about them in a negative way. Like, we can't rely on India. They don't back us anymore. It's like, no, India's backing India. Yeah. Which is exactly how a country is supposed to operate. Here's the truth about India. India has two. Here are all 5 characters who used Getsuga Tensho throughout Bleach. At number 5, we have Ichigo. Getsuga Tensho is a hereditary.
My favorite Genghis Khan story, he had taken over the 3 main cities, 3 of the 4 main cities of China. He sent an emissary to the Fourth Empire, which is like now Iran. The guy killed his emissary, and so the Shah sent back the head. And Genghis Khan was like, okay, I've been dealing with this person, Shah.
You come out here right now, I'll kill you. Everyone can live, all right? If you don't come out, I'm killing every single person in your entire empire, burning every city to the ground. The Shah, of course, goes, no. He's like, we're the biggest empire. There's no chance. And Genghis Khan goes, okay, and just destroyed everything. He also didn't really have an ego. No one's gonna know where I'm buried. He's like, because I don't want to be worshipped.
That's the word is wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they had his funeral, and then part of his, like, basically dying wish is that everyone who's at the funeral has to kill each other so that no one knows where he's been.
No one knows where his grave is. He got shot off his horse by this guy. His crew, his guys, brought him, the guy who shot him off his horse after the battle. And of course, this guy's like, well, Genghis Khan's going to kill me personally for hitting him. He's like, dude, craziest shot ever. No one's ever been able to hit me before. Promoted him to general, saw his talent, was like, you're sick at what you do. Gave him a title of general and nicknamed him Jebe, which means the arrow. That's crazy, dude. My favorite Genghis Khan story, he had taken over the three of the four main cities in China. He sent an emissary to the Portland Empire, which is like now Iran. The guy killed his emissary, and so the Shah sends back the head. And
You ask for parley, as you stand with an army outside my city walls. How am I to take this?
On bended knee, if you're wise.
I have a wall.
I will obliterate your wall. I will take your fraudulent crown. I will spike your corpse to the gates of my new palace. The Chancellor has declined my offer. There will be no peace to stay. I will rip away his land as I would a weak heart from a coward's chest. The people make better slaves than soldiers now. Do not. I will reform them.
This is why I always say, if you want to expose the fraudulent nature of atheism, just ask a follow-up question. Check this out.
Are you familiar with the Gospel of Barnabas? Yeah. Why do you think it was removed from your Bible?
Can you show me where it was included in the Bible?
It's a Gospel of one of the disciples of Jesus.
Can you show me that the Gospel of Barnabas was part of any Bible, part of the canon at all?
Well, I can show you where it started getting rejected.
You said it was removed from the Bible. So can you show me where it was in the Bible?
I guess that the correct word is not removed from the Bible, but rejected.
Okay, there you go. That's fair. All right.
Yeah.
I respect that. So why is it rejected?
Yeah.
Because it's a 15th century forgery.
But there's strong evidence that showed that it's not from the 15th century.
What do you have? Do you have a text that shows that?
Yeah, give me one sec.
So you don't have a text?
I don't have a text.
Never is the Gospel of Barnabas mentioned. Why? Because it didn't exist. It's a 15th century forgery.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I respect your opinion on that.
This is why I always say,
You want to take me in the ring? I want to beat you up for laughing. You know, he does box when he's cardio. I meant like I won't fight back. The last 30 seconds, maybe, like, it really hurt you, girl. So, I last 30 seconds, you let me take you out on the proper date. Last 60 seconds, okay? You want to take me in the ring? I want to beat you up for clapping. You know, he does box when he's cardio.
Oh shit, my man, let her break his arm so he can fuck her. Alright, so listen to this, right? Alright, watch this. I'm going to start from the beginning. This is actually funny.
You want to take me in the ring? I want to beat you up for clapping. You know, he does box when he's cardio. I meant like I won't fight back. The last 30 seconds, maybe, like, could really hurt you, Turtle. So, I last 30 seconds, you let me take you out on a proper date. Last 60 seconds, I'll you. Okay.
Damn. Wow. Wow. You're like, no pain, no gain.
I'm broken by like what?
But so now she has to fucking. She said, if
Yeah.
the last 60 seconds, I'll let you fuck me. So he gets to take her out on a date and fuck her, but he has a broken arm. Men are stupid. That's some manly shit, though. That is some manly shit. That is some manly shit. I respect him. He won no matter how you look at it. He may have lost the fight, but every second was worth the pain. He lasts 60 seconds in a ring for 30 in another. The name of the movie is called Entourage.
Okay.
What the f could you do with Shaquille O'Neal at that point?
It's Shaq. I went into the dressing room. There was Bob De Niro. I wrote for 10 months until I had a one-man show. I played all the characters. And as soon as I performed it, my career just busted wide open. And they offered me $250,000. I had $200 in the bank. I said, okay, but I play Sonny. I write it. They said, no. I said, well, then forget it. Finally, $1 million. Because everybody wanted to play Sonny. And I said, no, I'm playing Sonny. But finally, after I turned down $1 million, 2 weeks later, I was doing it in the theater. And somebody walked over to me and said, Robert De Niro, just show the show. He's in the dressing room waiting for you. I went into the dressing room. There was Bob De Niro. And he looked at me and said, that was the best one-man show I ever saw. He goes, here's what we're going to do, Chuck. I'll tell you how I feel. You should play Sonny. You'll be great. And you should write it because it's your life. I'll play your father. I'll direct it. We'll go partners. And if you shake my hand, that's the way it'll be. I shook his hand. And that's the way it was. I went into the dressing room. There was Bob De Niro. I wrote for 10 months until I had a one-man show. Whoa! Harder!
You were totally getting ready to snap on me again, weren't you?
They're droning the capital. As the U.S. did through the Ukraine, they droned the Kremlin.
You were there once when you saw it was all up?
I was there. I was actually driving by. I was over there last winter to interview Putin. I was driving by the Kremlin, just like on this street in downtown Moscow, smoke coming out of the top of the Kremlin. And so I called the guy at the press office who I was dealing with, just a an interview from the vehicle. I was like, your Kremlin's on fire. And he said, oh, no, it's not. I said, I'm right there looking at it. Russians never want to admit that they have been unable to defend their capital city. So a lot of murder is taking place by the Ukrainians of Russians in attempted murder of Americans, by the way.
And just think about the provocation.
But the Russians, in every case, are like, oh, that's not happening. They don't want to admit it because for a bunch of reasons. But anyway, I called them. I think they're droned. They're droning the capital. As the U.S. did through the Ukraine, they droned the Kremlin.
You were there once when you saw it was all up?
I was there. I was actually driving by. I was over there last winter to interview Putin. I was driving by the Kremlin, just like on this street in downtown Moscow.
The famous tomb of the first emperor, which is also a pyramid that has also not been excavated, the terracotta army around it has been found. The terracotta army was buried around its edges, not in the pyramid itself.
So the army was there to protect him?
Yeah, to protect his soul into the afterlife. And then there's a mythology that's come down, that within the pyramid is a lake of mercury, that there are mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensely protected it is, and after this day it's not being excavated.
That's so crazy. How could someone have that alone?
They said we're an old country, we don't mind if we wait 200 years to get to grips with this.
It's crazy.
The famous tomb of the first emperor, which is also...
This was...
The famous tomb of the first emperor, which is also...
Did you know that Ulquiorra had a connection with Orihime? But it's not what you might think. Ulquiorra is one of the most well-written characters in all of Bleach. Baragan explained how every Espada represents the aspect of death, with Ulquiorra representing emptiness. He has never shown any emotions, except for a few surprising gasps while fighting Ichigo. He did show interest in two people, though, Ichigo and Orihime, because the two did not only exceed his expectations multiple times, but were the exact opposite of them. They were always full of emotion which he did not really comprehend, but in no way was he dull or dumb. In fact, I believe him to be one of the smarter characters we've seen. He understands emotions to an extent, but as somebody who doesn't experience them himself, he can't fully grasp the non-logical part. And because he was highly logical, he couldn't really understand why now all of a sudden he feels fascinated by those two humans, which he even considered lower beings. As for Orihime, she understood his situation and wanted to help him understand what he struggled with. The best way to describe what she felt toward Ulquiorra is empathy. Did you know that Ulquiorra had a connection with Orihime? But it's not what you might think. Ulquiorra is one of the most well-written characters in all of Bleach. Baragan explained how every espada represents the aspect of death, with Ulquiorra representing emptiness. He has never shown any emotions, except for a few surprising gasps while fighting Ichigo. He did show interest in two people though, Ichigo and Orihime, because the two did not only exceed his
Do you realize that the most racist scientific community ever were 19th century anthropologists? They're the ones that set up the race and the this, and white male humans were at the top of the evolutionary ladder, and blacks and everybody else were lower, closer to the apes, and all of this. If you called someone Neanderthal, that was an insult. Like, they're still evolving. In the 1990s, now that we can genetic tracking and things, the world found out that Europeans are between 1 and 3% Neanderthal genetically, and Africans are 0% Neanderthal. So in the 1990s, research papers started coming out talking about how creative and imaginative the Neanderthals must have been. Yeah. Do you realize that racist...
Okay, you really think that some crackpot scientists are going to make me believe in sparkly dames and vanishing men? You just bought yourself a one-way ticket back to the typing pool. This meeting is over.
Please sit down, Agent McClellan. I didn't really expect you to believe me, given that all you could think about during my presentation was what sort of pie they were serving in the commissary. I haven't been entirely honest with you, love, I'm sorry. One of the many spectacular things my mutation allows me to do is that I can read your mind.
I've seen this before in a magic show. Are you gonna ask us to think of a number between 1 and 10?
No, Agent Stryker, although I could ask you about your son, William, who you were thinking about, which is very nice. But I think I'd rather ask you about the Jupiter missiles America are currently placing in Turkey.
He's a goddamn spy. You brought a goddamn spy!
What's that for a magic trick?
Best I've ever seen. I'll take it.
Tiger, you really think that
I'm happy to pay for the protection, but I don't see that we're protected now. You really want to talk to me like that? I don't have the money to pay you. I'm just telling you how it is. Your father would have understood. My father is running things in I am. So if I were you, I'd leave the fuck out of this conversation. It's here now. It's fucking money. It's oh, it's okay. You're the boss. You shouldn't be collecting anyway. Boss. You better watch the way you fucking talk to me, man. What the fuck was that? What? Getting in my way like that. You're not an old man. What's your fucking point? He disrespects me. You want respect? You're not gonna get it by flying off the fucking handle. Don't you ever challenge me in public again. I'm happy to pay for the protection, but I don't see that we're protected now. Do you really want to talk to me like that? I don't have the money to pay you. I'm just telling you how it is. Your father would have understood. My father is running things in I am. So if I were you, I'd leave the fuck out of this conversation. It's here now. It's fucking money. It's oh, I know this. It's okay. You're the boss. You shouldn't be collecting anyway. Boss. You better watch the way you fucking talk to me, man. What the fuck was that? What? Getting in my way like that. You're not an old man. What's your fucking point? He disrespects me. You want respect? You're not gonna get it by flying off the fucking handle. Don't you ever challenge me in public again. I'm happy to pay for the protection, but I don't see that we're protected now. Do you really want to talk to me like that? I don't have the money to pay you. I'm just telling you how it is. Your father would have understood. My father is running things.
Kenpachi Zaraki, Bleach's wildest and strongest captain. But did you know his biggest secret? His lieutenant, Yachiru Kusajishi, wasn't just a person. She was the physical manifestation of his Zanpakuto spirit. How does this even happen? Kenpachi grew up in the brutal district of Zaraki, where only the strong survived. He grabbed a nameless sword, but without training, he suppressed his power for years, just to make fights fun. That suppression created loneliness in his heart, and from that loneliness, Yachiru was born, a playful, fearless companion who symbolized the bond he secretly craved. She even had her own Shikai. But during Kenpachi's fight with Unohana, Yachiru started to fade. Why? Because Kenpachi was unlocking his true strength. In his fight with Gerard Valkyrie, Yachiru returned one last time, helping Kenpachi unleash his Bankai, her final act, guiding him to his full potential before merging back into his soul. Yachiru's story isn't about biology. It's the unbreakable bond between a Shinigami and their Zanpakuto. Did this twist blow your mind? Hit like and tell us your thoughts in the comments. Kenpachi Zaraki, Bleach's what
Reagan tells a hilarious true story. I recently asked my friend's little girl what she wanted to be when she grows up. She said she wanted to be the President of the United States. Both of her parents, liberal Democrats, were standing there. So I asked her, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do? Well, she replied, I'd give food and houses to all the homeless people. Her parents beamed. Wow, what a worthy goal, I told her. But you don't have to wait until you're president to do that. You see, you can come over to my house right now, and you can mow the lawn, kill weeds, and sweep my driveway, and I'll pay you $50. Then, I'll take you over to the grocery store where that homeless guy hangs out, and you can give him the $50 to use toward food and a new house. She thought that over for a few seconds, then she looked me straight in the eye and asked, why doesn't the homeless guy come over and do the work, and you can just pay him the $50? I said, welcome to the Republican Party. Her parents are still not speaking. Reagan tells a hilarious true story.
We'd be satisfied with a 5% cut, but it couldn't be working the same hours we are now. And
we want to work fewer days. I'm sure you do, but I'm afraid that is not possible. We won't move from 10%, and there'll be no change to the hours.
then why are we here? If you won't even talk about it.
We're here to listen. This is not a debate.
What would be the benefit of a shorter week? Wouldn't that mean lower productivity?
It would. That's the point. The trouble is oversupply. Reduce it, and the prices fall. And the raw cotton? I don't know about you, Wash, but I've already secured my supply. It's not woven, it's rocked. Well, if the mills don't start running, they're going to downstack more of it all once. While the strike lasts, everyone loses. The workers don't get paid, and nor do we. Who wants to stop them doing the same thing again next week? They always want more money and less work.
What's to stop you lowering our wages for a third time?
We will not be blackmailed, and we shall not give in to mob rule. You want to see what a mob looks like, then you shall have it.
We'd be satisfied with a 5% cut, but it couldn't be working the same hours we are now. And
we want to work fewer days. I'm sure you do, but I'm afraid that is not possible. We won't move from 10%, and there'll be no change to the hours.
then why are we here? If you won't even talk about it.
We're here to listen. This is not a debate.
What would be the benefit of a shorter week? Wouldn't that mean lower productivity?
It would. That's the point. The trouble is oversupply. Reduce it, and the prices fall. And the raw cotton? I don't know about you, Wash, but I've already secured my supply. It's not woven, it's rocked. Well, if the mills don't start running, they're going to downstack more of it all once. While the strike lasts, everyone loses. The workers don't get paid, and nor do we. Who wants to stop them doing the same thing again next week? They always want more money and less work.
What's to stop you lowering our wages for a third time?
We will not be blackmailed, and we shall not give in to mob rule. You want to see what a mob looks like, then you shall have it.
We'd be satisfied with a 5% cut, but it couldn't be working the same hours we are now. And
we want to work fewer days. I'm sure you do, but I'm afraid that is not possible. We won't move from 10%, and there'll be no change to the hours.
then why are we here? If you won't even talk.
Both you're not there. Two-time ejected. I should say, what will I got there? Bingo! Fellow by the name of Shiri. Unless I misremember. Said his traffic food all the cash. The large denominations, I got a stupid feeling.
Kettering Rod.
Oh, sure enough, man. 2 times attempted. I should say, what will I shot dead? Bingo! Fellow by the name of Shirley. I misremember. Said his trap is full.
Oh, okay. The large denominations, I got a stupid.
After the Watcher killed Galactus to save Earth, the Council of Watchers appear, ready to carry out Uatu's punishment. Trying to help, Reed urges them to at least hear Uatu's defense, but the Grand Watcher declares that for a crime of this magnitude, there can be no defense. They are all taken to the Court of the Watchers, and the Grand Watcher presents Galactus' corpse as evidence. After the Silver Surfer recounts the events, Reed interrupts again, asking the Watchers to at least hear their side of the story. Richards argues that Galactus was moments away from devouring Earth, and without Uatu's intervention, billions of lives would have been lost. But the court rules that Uatu knowingly violated their sacred law by interfering, leaving the Grand Watcher no choice but to sentence him to death. Hours later, the Fantastic Four attempt to break Uatu out of prison, but the Silver Surfer stops them, warning that as long as he lives, Uatu cannot escape his fate. As the fighting continues, Uatu stops them, telling Reed that he must abide by Watcher law, and a split second later, they are all taken back to the courtroom. The Surfer asks the Grand Watcher to hear the last words of the accused, but Uatu tells the court that he has nothing left to say, only that if given the choice, he would do it again. Days later, the Silver Surfer is summoned by his new master, whose hunger begins to grow. The Surfer promises to find a world for him to consume, as the Slayer of Galactus must now take his place for all eternity. After the Watcher killed Galactus to save Earth, the Count...
Mr. Hardy, you're charged with possession of marijuana and facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine.
All right, guys, I'm going to wind down. Get ready. It's 2 o'clock.
Anything you say can
Get ready to go to sleep. Thanks for staying and watching the foolishness.
On November 22nd, 2024, the officer observed an event vehicle.
I understand the powerful pull partisanship, but for my...
We dispatched this car to a carrier. It was a Rolls Royce coming. The car is supposed to be picked up on a Saturday, and it's supposed to be the...
You brought me this piece of...
Oh, you guys need to watch this, man.
I see why.
Who are you?
I gave men the need of good. I'm the Lord of Stories. My son, the Lord of Storms. I am warrior and wanderer and wise. Remember what happened to men and failure, who think their ship was sunk. They dealt death eye, and then they died. I always brought me this piece of...
I'm doing the whole thing on my body.
Body cam. Oh, this is bullshit. She don't have cam. You tell me the wrong cam on that?
Yes, yes.
It's been lying.
Why am I here? I'm lying.
Where's the body cam?
It's nasty.
Where?
Just a minute. In there. I promise you I'll give you the body cam.
I showed you. Show me yours. What she said about shit even works. What's this? Put together and figure the shit out. Got anything? No. It's not. I can't remember the times. I told you.
No one ain't there. It's there. Here.
Deep. Wait, that's it. I got it.
To work. There's no way I'm not to this. You already got rid of everybody in the dance. People not gonna put the straight of the ball. Whoa. Relax. You wanna go to I'm doing the whole thing on my body cam.
Body cam. This is bullshit. She don't have a cam. You tell me the wrong cam on that?
Yes, yes, please.
What's this?
My resignation. Thank you for the last 30 years.
Wait, you're serious?
Yes, Mr. Wheeler. I wish you continued success.
No, no.
I have thought about this decision for quite some time, and it is not one I take lightly.
Please, Goodwin, don't do this.
Mr. Wheeler, do not make this harder than it is.
You can't go. We're a team, like running up a car. Hall & Oates, Wheeler and... How do you say your last name?
Unless you wonder.
Yeah, that!
Goodbye, Mr. Wheeler.
Oh, just sit down. Let's talk about this.
It is too late. I have already accepted another job at Tozy Wozzy's.
My sister stole you?
If you call offering me a higher paying job with better prospects stealing, yes.
How can you do this to me?
So, as long as you are here, I can never be promoted. I knew I had to leave when I found myself wishing for your dad.
That's okay. I wish for my dad all the time.
I am sorry, Mr. Wheeler.
What's this?
My resignation. Thank you for the last 30 years.
Wait, you're serious?
Yes, Mr. Wheeler. I wish you continued success.
No, no.
I have thought about this decision for quite some time, and it is not one I take lightly.
Please, Goodwin, don't do this.
Mr. Wheeler, do not make this harder than...
I'll kill the killer. So you decide to kill your king?
Another fucking picture. Your kind already swindled us once.
I take payment. Oh, the job is done. And for a third of the price. An apology. From my guild to yours.
And if you can't kill it,
then I die. You didn't want the people to know that it Bethesda, would you? You let them believe that he fled with their coin.
You too didn't want to print it?
It's half missing on his liver. Only one creature I know is that Becchionator. Striga.
The streak is old wives' tales.
They're very rare. The only way to make one is through a curse.
Someone without the dead.
But the curse didn't stop with her. It turned her daughter into a monster.
A daughter?
Striga's a female. Striga's a princess. You can't kill the killer. So you decide to kill your king?
another fucking picture. Your kind already swindled us once.
I take payment. After the job is done. And for a third of the price. An apology. From my guild to yours.
And if you can't kill it,
then I die. You didn't want the people to know that it Bethesda, would you?
È una psicocodice d'onore. E preferisci non mi va di finire la ricompensa.
The single greatest gift that astrophysics has brought civilization is the discovery back in 1957 by 4 authors. No movies are made about them because it's 4 of them, not just one. They realized that the elements on the periodic table that we might remember from chemistry class owe their origin to thermonuclear fusion in the cores of stars. Fusion, light elements under high temperatures coming together to make heavy elements. If they only stayed in stars, that would not be interesting. But these particular stars also happen to explode and scatter this enrichment across the galaxy. And this enrichment, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, all these elements scatter into gas clouds that then collapse and form next generation stars.
Catch you guys later.
One of which is ours.
That's
So the very
almost
ingredients
5
that
hours.
comprise life are
Just want to come on and chill with you guys for a little bit. I appreciate the support that I got. Trey
not
and
only figuratively, but
somebody else. I forgot his the
the
name.
single greatest
The
gift that
donation.
astrophysics has brought civilization is the
What is it?
discovery back in 1957
Forgot the name.
by
Somebody
4
donated
authors.
$10.
No movies are made about them because it's 4.
That's too noisy. And somebody donated $10, and I just wanted to give a thanks to the guys who did that. I really appreciate it. Oh crap! PayPal just sent me $6.59. Yay! That's cool. I'll be back tomorrow, but way earlier in the daytime because my wife has to stream at night. I'm gonna go find some ramen to eat with some vegetables. But it was good coming back. Tomorrow we could talk anime since we talked about the Valkyries today and all this other stuff. And I guess we could talk games since we did more of the news and all that other stuff already. So catch you guys later. Deuces.